Alrighty, I hope we're live. Testing, testing, one, two, three. And I hope I sent the person the right StreamYard. I had a few technical malfunctions, but let me start this off with a little meditation here. Cooperation with God is the great necessity for our lives. All else follows naturally. Cooperation with God is the result of our consciousness of His presence. Guidance is bound to come to us as we live more and more with God. As our consciousness becomes more and more attuned to the great consciousness of the universe, we must have many quiet times when we not so much ask to be shown and led by God as to feel and realize His presence. New spiritual growth comes naturally from cooperation with God. Prayer. Oh, pardon me. I pray that God may supply me with the strength and show me the direction in which He wants me to grow. I pray that these things may come naturally from my cooperation with Him. And I got a piece of garlic stuck in my throat. Pardon me for a minute. Oh, pardon me. And I'm not sure. Jamie looks like he's here. I'll drop the link, and this is. Oh, there he is. Never mind.
Hello.
Jamie, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Can you hear me?
Yep, I hear you.
Good deal.
All right. Well, I invited Jamie on to maybe share his story, his experience, strength, and hope on what it was like, what it used to be like, and what it's like now. Uh, so I'm going to leave it to you to just to go ahead and run with it if you want. If not, I can ask you questions, however you want to do this.
Sounds good. I try and carry a little bit more of the message versus the mess, but I'll give you a little bit of background. First time I did drugs or drank, first time I did alcohol would be, I'd have to say like 5, 6 years old, drinking a beer at my dad's. No heavy drinking until about 9, around the same age where I first smoked weed. And then started getting heavier once I was like 11 and 12. 12 would be my first rehab. Countless rehabs throughout the years. I think I tried to count it out one time, and the closest I came was 33 or 34 rehabs in my life. So
Holy cow.
37 years old now. Sober currently just over 4.5 years. Current sobriety date is 10/5 of 21. Um, Been in and out of AA since I was 11 years old, so 25 years back and forth, back and forth. Multiple arrests, multiple convictions, multiple times being homeless. Um, yeah. Uh, Took a
Well,
long time to get to the bottom.
well, what was your bottom? Do you remember?
My last bottom?
Or whichever that got you on the road to this?
My last bottom was the one that was the final nail in the coffin. I remember I wasn't drinking, I wasn't doing hardcore drugs, but I was smoking a lot of weed, and I was just miserable. I thought that I could. So in 2018, I got off probation. I was on probation for about 6.5 years, and had a significant amount of prison time hanging over my head, and I did just enough to stay sober, work a half-ass program, and a couple of relapses in between that from getting put on in 2012 till 2018 when I got off probation. I do just enough to stay sober. Um, I would do just enough to stay out of trouble. I would do just enough to maintain a job and maintain my relationship, and that would be it. And then in 2018, when I got off probation, I remember walking down the steps because I always thought that, my problems were financial. I thought that they were based in my relationships. I thought that they were based in, my career. I always had some kind of excuse of why everything didn't, work out. And one of the main things was always, being on probation and having, all kinds of pending court calamities. And then once I walked down the steps of the courthouse after being released off of that fucking monstrosity of an ordeal, I didn't feel any different. And I knew as soon as I hit the last step, I knew that I had missed something. And so I was like, you know what? I'm just going to go be a pothead for however long. And I remember I probably drank maybe a handful of times, maybe 8 times in 3 years. Smoked weed every single day. Pills were never really my thing, so wasn't none of that. A handful of times doing cocaine in that 3 years. I think I smoked crack once or twice in those 3 years. And then when 2021 came around, I had no purpose. I had no reason to get out of bed in the morning. I was financially stable. I had quite a bit of money saved up because other reasons, but I had no purpose. And I remember the day like it was yesterday. I remember October 5th, 2021. It was about 2:30 in the morning, 3 o'clock in the morning, sitting on the couch. And I had planned on getting sober for a while, probably like 6-8 months before I actually was able to do it. I'd make a plan and I'd walk through, how it was going to go. And I thought I'd check myself into rehab and all these other things, but I never followed through on any of them. Right. And so when the day happened that I finally, came to a head, it kind of hit me out of nowhere. I was really suicidal. I was really just extremely depressed. I had no purpose in my life. And finally that day I made a decision that that's it. Like, I'm not going to tell myself this perfect set of circumstances that had to take place for me to pull the trigger on things. And I made the decision and I took action. I took everything in my house that had to do with drugs or, paraphernalia, and I loaded it all up in a fucking Foot Locker, and I knocked on my neighbor's door and was like, "Hey, you still smoke?" He's like, "Hell yeah." I was like, "Well, here you go." And I gave him everything. And he's like, "I can't fucking pay for that." I was like, it's not a sale. I'm giving you this. The only price is don't ever knock on my door again. And he's like, "Are you okay?" And mind you, I'm giving him a couple of pounds of weed and like bongs and blunts and all kinds of good shit. And he's like, "Are you okay?" And I was like, No, I don't think that I am, but I know it's gonna get better. And I walked back in the house and closed the door and waited until about 9 o'clock in the morning, and I walked down the street from my apartment to the AA club and went to a meeting, called my old sponsor after that and asked him if he'd take me back as a sponsee, and he specifically said, "I don't remember firing you, so why don't you come by the house?" And went over to his house and resumed step work and took it from there. And that was the last bottom that I had.
Now, when did you realize that there was a change in your life?
The first time?
Well, probably either one. The first time and the last time, but the last one is one that stuck with you, right?
Yes. Like I always knew that I had a problem. Like ever since the first time I truly was able to get high independently, I knew I had a problem because I knew I loved it, and I wasn't a fool to the situation of drugs and alcohol. They were always in my house. Like my mom, she wasn't a drinker, but she smoked hella weed. My dad, complete drug addict and alcoholic, but functional. He always worked a union job, and that kind of was his justification and rationalization for his existence and drugs and alcohol. So it wasn't up close and in my face until my brothers got older. Once my brothers got older, then the drugs were all over the place, and I was always around it. But as far as a change taking place, Like they say in the program, phases of development. And I like to say that sobriety, just like alcoholism, is progressive. The only difference is one of them is not fatal. So when when I started taking things seriously this time, in the 6 months leading up to me getting sober, is like 6 or 8 months, I was kicking around the idea, getting sober again. And I was extremely suicidal that night. So I had been taking a list of different things that I'd never tried in the program, different things that I kind of threw to the wayside. And I went through the list and I started to pray. I started to do all the things that I found to be really insignificant and things that were brought up consistently in the meetings. So these are things that I started to take seriously, and doing service work, praying, being honest in meetings. Whenever you're fearful to speak is when you should speak. Whenever you don't feel like going to a meeting, go to a meeting. And when you feel like going to a meeting, go to a meeting. Talking with other people and not becoming secluded in sobriety was a big thing for me. That was a big hurdle I had to jump over, because I had no problem getting sober and working steps, but as far as interacting with people in recovery, wasn't really good at that. So for me, changing all those things was important. And once I started to look at them seriously, it started to have an effect. And I think that that's the reason why I was able to stay sober this long, is because all the things that I left off the table in the past, I didn't leave off the table this time. Because anytime a sponsor, anytime you go ask a sponsor to be your sponsor, if he's a good sponsor, he's going to ask you the question of all questions. He's going to say, are you willing to go to any length to stay sober? And, any other time in my life, I'd always answer that question with a yes. And I left a lot of things off the table. I would tell him yes, but there's a lot of things that I wouldn't incorporate into my life. Yes, I wouldn't do a lot of things.
Yeah. Yes. I said yes, but.
Yeah, exactly. Yes, but this is me, and this is how I'm unique, and this is why I won't do these things. So, when I did it this time, whatever I was told, I fucking did. There wasn't any argument. It was different this time because it wasn't like this bottom wasn't like the other bottoms. I wasn't fighting a court case. I wasn't trying to save a relationship. I wasn't trying to impress family members. I wasn't trying to do any of the normal shit. Like, it was a spiritual bottom. It wasn't lack of reason to live. Yeah, no, it wasn't a cop out. It wasn't to get the fire off. It was literally either do this or fucking eat a 45. That was it.
I can relate to that.
Yeah. You just get to a certain point where you've tried the shit so long and you've tried so many other things that you just get to the point where you're just like, you know what? If this is what I got to do, I'm going to try it one more time, and I'm going to do everything within my power to do it and do it correctly. And if it doesn't work, I'm not going to use again, but the other option is definitely on the table. And that's how I treated it.
I know for me, I just took a guy at work. I was getting dressed in the locker room one day, and he came by and just put his hand on my shoulder, and he said, "Hey, Chuck, are you all right?" That's all he said. And I crumbled like a crying baby because I wasn't all right. I, like you, many times would be out on the interstate and see how fast I could get that car going and trying to pick out a telephone pole or a light pole.
Yep.
And it makes no sense to normal people. When I discovered I wasn't normal.
Yeah, we're fucking pickles. We're not cucumbers.
And I can remember it took me a few years to get through to some of the early steps initially. I admitted I had a problem, and that my life is extremely unmanageable. And that, okay, there was a power greater than me. And at that time, the only power I had was the steel folding chair that I was sitting in at meetings, because that was the only thing, as long as I was sitting there, that was the only thing that didn't run away from me in life.
Yeah.
And it took me a while to get through the steps, sometimes slowly, sometimes quickly.
Yep.
I was one of the slow learners. And when it
Yeah.
came to that fourth step, you want me to do what? Okay, I can write this down, no problem. No, go back and really write it down. Okay, I did that. And then you get to the almighty fifth. You got to be willing to admit it to God, to yourself, and to another human being. Oh, wait a minute. You want me to talk about this shit out loud to another person? There goes all your excuses, at least for me.
You know what was funny about the fourth and fifth step? Like,
Mm-hmm.
every time you go through them, you kind of get something else out of them.
Yes,
And
sir.
when I went through the fourth step, I originally, like, I was in my adolescence. I was like, I think the first time I did an honest fourth and fifth step, I was probably like 14 years old.
Oh, shit.
And when I did it, I was in fear of telling another individual. Okay.
Yep.
And then, later on in my adult life, it wasn't that I feared talking about it in front of somebody. That wasn't it. It was that I seen the fucking writing on the wall and I wasn't stupid. So what I mean by that is I'm no longer afraid of saying it, but I know after I say this that there's no cop-outs, that I'll have to work on it, or I'll have to fucking drink miserably as a result of not working on it and knowing that there's only one way to solve the issue.
Yeah. I remember I first started going to meetings. You know how they say, my name is so and so and I'm an alcoholic, or my name is so and so and I'm a drug addict.
Mm-hmm.
For the longest time, I went to meetings and I just said, my name's Chuck. We'll leave it at that.
Yeah, that happens.
Because I'm like, ew, I don't want to be one of them people. The one you see on the corner in the dirty, grungy clothes. I didn't want to be associated with that. How dare you? I'm better than that.
I'm not that low bottom. I'm not going to call myself that. Yeah, I get that shit.
Exactly.
Yep.
And they kept telling me, well, this is going to change your life if you do this. And I'm thinking, yeah, right. What else are you trying to sell me? What do you want from me? There's something in it for you.
Yeah.
And I found out there wasn't anything in it for them. It was just the act of giving of themselves without expecting anything in return was the payment.
That's the unique part of the program. That's what makes it work.
And
It's service.
Do you ever get hit with the question, why do you keep going back?
Oh, yeah. All the time.
Do you need it? Do you need it? You just substituted. Said, no, I was taught to go back so that the next guy that walks through the door at night needs a hand up to be there to give that hand up.
Yeah.
It's been, on the 10th of April, we argued about what my sobriety date was, whether it was the 10th or the 11th of April. And we had to go get
the last day you took a drink or the day after?
Yeah, we had to go in hospital records in order to figure it out. Because I couldn't remember. Oh, I remember when it was 14 hours from the time of my last drink till I went to the hospital and they did a blood draw and did the BAC. Mm. And 14 hours later, I was a 0.285.
Nice.
And the doc said, I'm going to be honest with you. People like you, we lose 1 out of 15 of y'all. And I laughed at him. like this guy just feed me a load of bullshit. I was in detox for 45 days, but
Yeah, it happens.
I died twice and didn't even know it.
Yeah, alcohol
They,
withdrawal
they
is a
resuscitate me or
dangerous
whatever it is.
motherfucker.
It is. And uh, yeah, and that was a bitch. I'm here to tell you that was a bitch. Them first trying to get weaned off because I remember when I went to the hospital and Doc said, "What do you drink?" And I said, "Well, I drink 24 pack and I drink a fifth of bourbon a day."
Right.
And the wife says, "Well, what about the bottle of vodka?" And I said, "That's not booze. That's medicine."
Oh
And then
God.
the doc says, "What do you mean that's medicine?" I said, "Well, when I got up in the morning or whatever I got up to get ready for work, if I poured a cup of coffee, it wouldn't stay in that cup before I could sit down. So I'd have to
Right.
take 2 or 3 belts in order to keep the coffee in the cup. So to me, that was medicine. That wasn't booze."
Yeah, gotta study the hand.
Uh-huh. And I can remember my first AA meetings. It was all I could do to keep from spilling that coffee because I shook like a son of a bitch from the
Yeah.
withdrawals. It was crazy. And I don't know about you, but for me, I'd be sitting at a bar looking at this drink in front of me, wondering how this liquid in a glass or in a bottle had such control over me. I couldn't
Yeah.
control it. It controlled me.
It's pretty cunning, baffling, and powerful motherfucker.
That's a fact. And
It's weird when you look at it like that. It really is. It's like, how the fuck does this even happen? Like, how does this even? It really doesn't make sense. And, when you're first coming in, it doesn't make any fucking sense
oh
whatsoever.
hell
Really.
no. Hell no. And then after you've been around for a while, you even question, how the hell did I even get there?
Well, I mean, I don't know if I question how I got there. I just like I definitely don't argue with people that ask questions about like do you think you were born an alcoholic? Do you think that you were born an addict?
Oh yeah.
I have no fucking idea. I really don't. I could say that most of the people in my family have alcoholic traits. Like there's a lot of my family on my dad's side that is sober, honest to God, like they go to meetings too and they are alcoholics. But I don't I don't know. I don't know if I was born an alcoholic. I don't know if I was born an addict, but I know that I have a lot of the traits of like childhood trauma and a lot of the traits of just mental defection before I even took a drink.
Yeah.
So I know I had a lot of predispositions leading up to it. I don't use it as an excuse, but I definitely see the reality.
I can remember doing the third step. And my sponsor said, "Well, I want you to go home and get down on your knees, and do the third step." After about 2 weeks, he gave me a little slack and he says, "Well, how's that third step going?" I said, "Well, it's the damnedest thing. There's so many words. I can't memorize what's in there, third step prayer."
Yeah.
And he looks at me, he says, "Look here, dumbass. Take that book with you, open it up, and read it out the book."
Yeah. He's a good sponsor. A damn
And,
good sponsor.
and I did that. And what I found was at first I had to have that book in order to read the words. And then it got to the point where I didn't need the book to read the words. And then it got to the point where the words meant something. And that's kind of when the transformation really kicked in.
Yeah, when you go from knowledge to understanding.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I had a great sponsor, I shopped around because I lived in the St. Louis area at the time, and there was basically 24/7 meetings. Any time of the day you wanted to go, you could find a meeting. And I
Yeah.
had to shop around because some of them scared me. It, you know, the it was more about the dogma than the person, and I didn't like those until I found my group that I fit in.
Yeah, I usually tell people finding a meeting and finding a sponsor. It's kind of similar to finding a cocaine dealer. Okay, you're gonna get burned a lot of places, and you're gonna find some inconsistent product. So
Yes,
it's best
sir.
to shop around until you
Yes,
find the
sir.
source.
And avoid the ones that says, "Choose me to be your sponsor."
Yeah, no, hell no.
Run
A
like hell
sponsor,
from them.
yeah, get away from that immediately. You don't get asked to fucking be sponsored. You ask to sponsor, or you don't ask to sponsor. You get asked to sponsor.
Yeah.
It's fucking pick me syndrome.
And
That's wild.
one of the hard lessons I learned, after you get through the 12 steps and you think you get it all figured out, and the first person comes up to you and says, "Will you be my sponsor?" And you're like, "Well, you damn right I will be." Jump on the board. And then you realize you're not a dictator, you're not a master, you're not anything. You got it. And for me, the hard at first, the first few I tried to sponsor, I would let their problems become my problems.
Yep,
And my
yep, that's
sponsor
common.
taught me how to differentiate so as not to take on theirs as my own personal problem. Because he told me, he said, "You keep doing that, you're going to be drunk again."
Yeah, or
And
fucking miserable. One of the two.
yes, sir. I mean, especially early on. And after I learned the difference, it was a difference. And I'm not lying, you know this from fact that there'll be hundreds of people come through that door. Some that are court mandated, some that are
Mm-hmm.
there to make mom and dad happy, some that are there to make the job happy, but they're not there for themselves.
Right.
And all you can do is offer your experience, strength, and hope. You can't make them, you can't force feed it upon them.
No. Pointless to even try.
And I've seen people try to do that. You know, they claim superiority, and it's not about superiority.
Now, if you got someone in the meeting or someone around the recovery scene that does the whole guru thing, like there's a difference between being well read and going around trying to be the powerhouse. Like I see it all the times. You got the guy with 30 plus sponsees,
Oh yeah,
and
the
and it's
braggadocious
just,
fella.
yeah. Like first of all, how the fuck do you sponsor 30 fucking
There's
people?
no way.
Okay. How the fuck do you do that? I want to know. Okay, like I've done a lot of business in my life, and I want to know how you as an individual can take 35 people or 30 people and fucking concentrate on them and actually, be able to gauge each one individual. It just, the metrics doesn't work. And if you do that, I don't even care if you're retired and a millionaire, because I've seen just that, retired millionaires
Yep,
doing
yep,
that.
me too.
And when you see it, you hope for the best, but it usually don't turn out well.
Oh, you're
I
cheating.
mean,
You're cheating the person.
yeah. Yeah, you're just taking on a gaggle of pigeons, and it's like, no, this is not how this is done. I'm
I
sorry,
can,
but you gotta draw a limit.
I can remember my sponsor said, whether time of night or day, if you have a problem, an issue, a itch, you call me and I'll answer the phone. And I thought,
Yep.
yeah, right. And I'd call him up. And he said, "Get your happy ass over here." I didn't care. It didn't matter what time of night or day it was. And I'd get there
Yep.
and he'd have a pot of coffee on.
Yep.
And that's how he taught me. And I remember my wife at first got pissed off when I was sponsoring people because I adopted the same philosophy.
Yeah.
You call me, I'm there. And I'm not a babysitter. I'm there to help you. But after a while, she realized, kind of like the My Name Is Bill movie,
Yeah.
that
Yeah.
it helped me just as much as it helped them to
Sometimes
do that.
more.
Yeah,
Can't tell you how many times I've had a sponsee say to me, like, dude, you're helping me so much, you're helping me so much. But I just got to tell them, like, listen, dude, I'm going to tell you right here and now, you might think you're getting something out of this, and you might be getting some out of this, but I know for a fact I'm getting more.
you're
And
damn right.
they don't understand that until they sponsor someone. And when you know that when you know that you have another person that depends on you, sometimes you might be having a fucked up ass day, and a thought creeps in, and you might play with the idea a little bit, and it starts to look good, and you might start thinking that taking a drink is not that big of a fucking deal until you realize, like, hey, asshole, you got a couple people that are depending on you, that are
Exactly.
literally depending on you with their lives. And I'll tell you right now, that thought has kept me sober quite a few times in my career of being sober. Just that. Like
Yeah.
there's a lot of other experiences, but just that,
And,
knowing that you have to do the right thing.
and what's that saying in the book? You can't keep it unless you give it away.
Yeah, you have to. It's what
Because,
completes the circle.
yes, 100%. 100%.
Like
And
the funny thing about the steps is, there's no end point. Dying sober, that's your fucking graduation. But when you're taking another person through the steps, you're picking up things that you didn't really pick up the first time you went through the steps. You're picking up things that you might have blown past or that you've forgotten about. And
mm-hmm.
when you take another person through them, it opens a door to the past. And sometimes you come into a situation where you're sponsoring a newcomer on the first couple of steps, and you get to step 3 and you just get rocketed into the fourth dimension of existence because you missed something. And that's awesome when that happens because
For
that's the
sure.
whole fucking point of the steps, is to continuously learn and grow in effectiveness.
Well, it's part of the reason why the 10 steps there,
Yep.
you know, because we
Do a
might have
10th, you don't
forgot
have to do
something.
fourths.
Yeah. I mean, oh God, it was a struggle for me, like I said early on. I don't know how my sponsor put up with my dumb ass, to be honest with you. I was a royal
Prayer.
pain in his ass. And
Fucking
he'd
prayer.
laugh every time. He'd just laugh at me. Like, what are you laughing at? He said, "You'll understand one day, young man. You'll understand."
You'll get it when you're dealing with somebody's bullshit and they're dragging their feet for fucking 4 or 5 months on a step.
Oh yeah. Oh, I was shit. It was probably 3 years before I probably worked on that 4 step for a good year and a half, 2 years. I was one
Holy
of them
shit.
yeah, I was one of them hardcore that fought it every step of the way. But
Jesus.
but when I did it, I did do it right.
Yeah.
I made sure that it was the truth and nothing but the truth. And you always come up with these excuses, like tell your sponsor, like, I don't know if this really happened or not. Write it down and we'll talk about it.
Yeah. Trying to weasel your way out before you even get it on their paper.
Exactly. And that's what he said. He said, "You're just trying to cop out." He said,
Yeah.
"If it didn't happen, we'll figure it out as we go through it."
Mm-hmm.
And it was like, and then I remember doing the 9th step. you make amends and all that good
Yep.
stuff, except when they
Mm-hmm.
harm others.
Yep.
And there were some couple of things that were bad. And if I was to make amends, I would harm other people that didn't know nothing about it. So if I had emptied out and professed my heart, there had been a lot of damage done to their family.
Right.
So my sponsor says, all right, I want you to write it down on a piece of paper how you would go about doing it if you could do it. I'm like, okay, I can do that. And I did that. He said, now take it out and you read it to God. And when you're done, you burn that. Because in the book, it tells us we aren't supposed to clear our conscience at somebody else's expense.
Yep. Very clearly stated in the book.
Yeah, there's a few people that give me hell because when it comes to recovery, I'm little H man, so to speak. They don't understand that this thing gave me my life back, gave me a new life, and I owe everything to it.
Yeah.
Without it, I had already destroyed everything. My family, my friends, nobody wanted to be around me. And through the power of working the steps and whatnot, I was able to rebuild my family, get my family back. And it took a long time where they would trust me again, where they didn't hate me again.
Yeah. 8 miles in, 8 miles out.
Now the fair weathered friends, the ones said, "Oh, you're one of them people. You quit drinking long enough. Come on by the bar after work. It's been long enough. You can have one. Come on, it ain't gonna hurt you."
Yeah.
Well, I was one of
Okay.
those that tried it early on.
Yeah.
Just one.
I think most do.
At 3 o'clock in the morning when I'm stumbling through the front door, apparently one didn't work.
Yeah. No. One's too many. A thousand's never enough.
Exactly. But the the love, the admiration, I don't know what you want to call it, but the profound change of life that I experienced that, and I'm sure there's other ways. I don't profess that AA is the only way, but for me, it was the only way. It was what worked.
Yeah, it's clearly stated in the book. First 164 pages, I believe it's in more about alcoholism. It's clearly stated. We don't hold a patent on sobriety.
Correct.
This is just what works for us. Like if there was another way that I could have done it, I would have did it.
The softer,
Like
easier way.
yeah, like I believe you and me. Every time that I went out, there was a couple of people that when they seen me come back to meetings, they'd always ask me the same goddamn question.
Mm,
Did you figure it out? Did you get your research and development? Did you figure it out? And I knew what they were saying, but I didn't
no, you did.
truly get what they were saying.
Exactly.
Like I could add one and one and come up with like 1 3/4, but I didn't get that extra quarter, which was the important part. I didn't realize, there was no other way to do it for me. There was no other way to get sober because
My,
every other way it only attacked symptoms. It didn't attack the fucking problem.
my sponsor used to say, "Hey, bud, how's that field research going?"
Yeah,
I'm like,
exactly.
"Oh, fuck you." He knew exactly what was going on, but
Yeah.
he didn't shame me.
No.
He held out his hand and helped me out of the pit of despair. And that's what it was. It was a pit of total despair. And how I got there, fuck, I don't know. But all I know is it sucked.
Yeah, I always try to do the the how did I get here equation, and
Yeah, if only I don't do
after
this, I won't do that.
well after a certain amount of times of trying to do that math, I just said I don't, you know what, I don't care how I got here. I just know I'm here, and I just know it needs to change, or it's going to be bad. It's going to be really, really fucking bad. And it
Hello,
wasn't.
Darlene. Welcome.
What's up,
Yeah.
darling? If it was just me, okay. Now this is the fucking weird side of the situation. If it was just me, okay, I would have just drank myself to death. Like, if it just involved me, I wouldn't have cared, and I didn't care at that time to care about myself to stop. But it was, how many people's lives am I going to affect if I continue to fucking keep going like this? Because if I do keep going like this, it's going to be a lot of fucking people that I affect. And I'm not okay with that, because they don't deserve that. They didn't do anything to put themselves in this situation other than give a flying fuck about me. And if it was just me in the equation, I'd probably still be drinking.
Thank you,
But
Caucasian, for the raid.
it's just, how many people am I going to fucking affect negatively that are just innocent people, just everyday people?
Well,
I wasn't okay with that.
I had driven myself to the point that I was living in a flop house above a tavern or a flop room.
Yeah.
It was like $250 a week or something. And that was my life had become, because I had drove everybody and everything away from me and didn't even realize it. But there I was in this flop house thinking that was life. That's how it was going to end up.
Yeah, it's a sad state of existence.
And at 40 years old, if you'd have told me that I would have had a God in my life, I'd have laughed you all the way down the street. But I don't know. All I know is it's a power bigger than me, because I damn sure tried many a times myself to not do it, and I failed every time. It wasn't until I grabbed a hold of that power was I able to walk out of that pit.
That's what turns a lot of people off to the program, is the whole God thing.
Mm-hmm.
And it's really, really important that people listening understand this factor. It's a spiritual program, not a religious one. Spiritual, by definition, is the relation to moral feelings. Religion is more or less a set of rituals done. And
Dogma, yeah.
though there might be some rituals done in AA, it's clearly underlined in the steps, a God of your understanding, and not a God that I tell you. Like, when I sponsor people, I don't ask them what their God looks like, and I expect them never to ask me what my God looks like.
That's right.
Because it's a relationship. It's not meant to be copied, and when you copy it, well, I tried that in the past, and it doesn't work for me. Might work for you, but it doesn't work for me.
Didn't work for me either.
I don't tell people to copy my religion or copy my, understanding of God. And, break it down to a simple, very simplistic viewpoint. GOD, an acronym for GOD. Group of drunks, good orderly direction, whatever you want it to be.
Exactly.
Use the room when you come in. I wouldn't expect someone to become a spiritual individual walking into their first meeting. Like, we don't come in here as geniuses. And some of us don't,
Well,
it
that's
takes
what I
longer
said.
than others.
That chair was my God in the beginning, because that was the only thing that didn't run away from me at that point in life. As long as I was
the only hour of the day that I'm safe.
And I always wondered, if I get up to get a cup of coffee or go to the bathroom, is this chair going to be gone? That's how bad I was. I was fucked up.
Yeah. You were the hopeless variety.
And I'm with you. And I tell people I work with, don't work the steps the way I worked them.
No.
It ain't going to work for you, pal. You got to work them in your own time, not my timeline or the way I did it. And I don't suggest doing it the way I did it, because it took me a while to get a good basis and an understanding of what was going on.
Yeah, I will say that everyone's different. Not every sponsee gets put through the steps the same way. Like
True.
there are differences, and I I try and speed the process up a little bit, but there's some people that you have to take them through slow, and there's some meetings that you'll go to that they want to keep you on the first step for a couple months. There's one meeting that they want you to stay on this first step for a year. And for me, looking at that, I'd be like, well, if I had to stay on step one for a year, I probably would have just ate the 45, but whatever.
Heard
Works for
that.
you guys, works for you guys. I'm not going to judge. I'm just not going to do it like that. And it's just everyone's different. Depends on where they're at.
Fail to realize is I didn't have a problem. The wife pissed me off. So I got drunk at her. Well, my job's so hard. You don't understand. And I just look at them.
I'll fucking show you motherfuckers.
You think you got it bad? Let me know when you're ready to hear the other side of the story. I'll give you a story. I'm like, but go on. Keep telling me. We'll get through this one way or the other. You don't bullshit me and I won't bullshit you.
Oh man, the terminally unique. It
Oh
kills
my
me.
God,
It
yes.
fucking kills me because I was like that. I would always give explanations of how I was different and how you don't understand.
Exactly. You're not me. How would you know how I feel?
And people like that, like those are the people that you gotta give them enough rope to hang themselves. You gotta give them enough to do whatever choices they're gonna make, and you can't take their inability to act or their reasoning a sound turnaround. Like they have to figure it out. And there's nothing I'm going to say to them that's going to change their mind. I'll give you a quick story. So, one of my sponsors, he said he had a conversation with his sponsor when he first sobered up. And I'm pretty sure he got sober when he was like 21. He's got like 32 years sobriety now. But he told me this story a long time ago. And I'll never forget it because it's totally valid. So, he's new in sobriety. He calls his sponsor up. He's like maybe 18 months sober. And he's like, you know what, I'm going to drink. And his sponsor says to him, okay, knock yourself out. Let me know how it works out for you. And the guy says, the sponsee says to the sponsor, but aren't you supposed to talk me out of it? He's like, oh, hell no, I'm powerless over alcohol. I don't know how the fuck to talk you out of it. Like, if you got your mind made up, do it. And, my sponsor says this, his sponsor, he says, but I don't really want to drink. He's like, oh, okay, that I can help you with. Why don't you come over to the house? We'll have a cup of coffee and we'll talk about it. And it's funny.
Yep.
It's funny because like we can't talk people out of fucking making a decision and taking action. If you got your mind made up, I'm not your God. I'm not your fucking
Amen.
your pity party. Like, if you're gonna drink, you're gonna drink, and if you have made your mind up, that's up to you. I'm not gonna fucking beg you to stay sober.
I had this one guy call me up one night. It was like 2:00 in the morning. I jumped up, put my clothes on, went over there. He said, hey, I need to go get a pack of cigarettes. I said, well, I'll carry you up here to the gas station. Get up there and comes back, and we get back to his house. And I'm like, okay. I said, where's it at? He says, where's what at? I said, that pint. What are you talking about? I said, from the time I picked you up and took you to that gas station till you got back in that car, you developed a strange aroma about you. If you want to drink, I have no problem. That's your business. I said, but if you don't want to drink, then that's my problem.
Right.
I'm not here to stop you. Because, like you said, I am not God. And don't make me your God. And don't make me be the responsible party for your drinking.
Yep.
Because there'll be those too that call you up and say, it's your fault. You made me
Yeah.
do this.
Yeah.
How
It's
dare
called
you?
delusion.
My goodness. How did I make you do it? Did I put a funnel in your mouth and pour it down your throat?
Hmm. Yeah, it's funny how that works out.
Yeah. And I always appreciated the part in the book where it says it happens sometimes quickly and sometimes slowly, but it will
Yep.
always materialize if we work on it.
Got to put in the work if you want the result.
Yep.
And there's no one to blame but yourself. I mean, I've blamed it on shitty meetings. I've blamed it on shitty sponsors. I've blamed it on a lot of things, but
Yeah, there are shitty sponsors out there.
it's just the way it goes. Yeah, but
It's a
essentially
cop out. It's still a cop
you
out,
get
though.
yeah, it's a cop out because you know that you could switch sponsors. And funny enough, like eventually
Well,
you
no,
get
I
to the
used to
point.
make them sign an agreement if they want to be. I'm just kidding.
Yeah, I was about to say, holy shit, Chuck. The fuck you working over there? So
Here, you got to
I
sign
would
this NDA.
yeah, I would think that, I couldn't switch sponsors because it would create like a distaste in their,
Yes.
relationship. No, fuck that. If I'm not getting what I need, then that's it. Like if they don't have time or if they're just mentally not there and they're dealing with some shit, one of two things is going to happen. We're going to have a sit down and I'm going to give you the option to like, adjust the behavior. But if I'm not getting what I need to go find someone else. And there's no harm, no foul in that. Like
I
I've
was a
never,
firm believer in that.
yeah, I've never had a sponsor get really, well, maybe one guy. I've had one guy get pissed off about the
No
situation and kind
professional
of,
sponsors would. The
yeah,
ones you
no,
talking about
no
that had
real
the
deal
30,
guys.
that had the 30 sponsees.
Yeah, he would take it offensively. He would take
Yes.
it as a notch against his pride. He'd puff out his chest and be like, "Who the fuck do you think you are to fire me?"
Oh, and after you've been around a little bit, you get the feel for it. And I used to pull people to the side or outside by themselves. Let's go smoke a cigarette. I
Yeah,
said, look, if I ain't got what you want, pick one of these other gentlemen. You're not going to hurt my feelings.
that's another good point. You gotta, when you pick a sponsor, you're picking out someone that you wish to emulate. Okay, they have something that you want to be able to emulate.
There it is, right there.
And if they ain't got it, they ain't got it. And don't pick them because their fucking job or because how much money they got or
How many
popularity.
sponsees? Yeah.
Yeah, none of that. None of that. Listen to them talk. Listen to their argument. Okay, and like listen to the way that they present the program. If it makes sense what they're saying and they're able to back it up with personal experience, that's probably a sound choice. If what they're saying clashes, then that's probably a guy that doesn't understand the full equation with the different variables of the steps and the program. And
Well,
that's just how it goes.
there was this one guy, and he had, I don't know, 20 years or something like that. But he was going through sponsees like you do toilet paper. And finally, one day, one of the ones that left him came to me, and I started working with him. And he brought up the reason why he left the other guy. I said, it's really none of my business. He said, no, I
Right.
want to tell you because I got a resentment. I said, well, as long as it's on the paper, I'm fine with that.
Right.
And he says, well, what it was is this guy was doing lockstep. By 30 days, you had to be through step one. By 60 days, you had, be through
Damn.
step two. Yeah. He was like a Yahtzee type. I'm trying to watch the words, but you know what I mean.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh Lord. So I just started paying attention and realized this guy was going through sponsees like water. And I could see why. Because each person is different. You got to take that into account.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, you can't have the professional sponsee either that, wants to take 9 years to do step one.
Yeah,
That
no,
don't work either.
those are the guys that, and I was like this too, at a period of time. So how I felt about the steps is that you would get this perfect, this perfect stride, this perfect understanding of each step as you go along.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, I think that a lot of people go through that in the beginning, but eventually you'll get to the point where you understand that this is why the steps don't stop. This is why it's a continuation, is because you'll never go through it perfectly. Okay. There's only one step that you can go through perfectly. Only one.
First
And
one.
that's the first one. Exactly. Everything else you learn and you grow in understanding and effectiveness, like it says in the book. So when you're first presented with this, the basic human instinct is to try and get it perfect and to try and do it perfect the first time. And it's like,
Welcome to my world.
no. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. I think most people go through that, but you go through it and eventually, like, say you're a first time winner, okay? Say you go through it and you have that experience. As you go through the steps, you start to break that train of thought because you understand what it says and how it works. It's progress, not perfection. Because you'll never be a perfect person. You'll never be a perfect sponsee. You'll never be a
Haven't met
perfect
one yet.
sponsor. No, hell no. We're human. It's not meant to be fucking perfected. I can tell you, it took a long time to understand that because as an alcoholic, I only wanted to concentrate on the failures.
Yep.
Like, I didn't do this, so therefore I'm fucking failing. I didn't do this, so therefore I failed the step entirely. Well, no. You're just learning, and it's a process, and you're going to have fucking failure. And if you don't have failure, well, you're probably doing something wrong.
Well,
You're probably assessing it wrong.
the ones that would slip and they'd come in, with their tail between their legs, expecting to get an ass chewing. And I just look at them and I'd say to them, there's no shame in falling down. The shame is not getting back up.
Right.
I'm
The
not here
fear
to
of
pass judgment.
Yeah, the fear of coming back to a meeting after you drank. It's a unique situation when that takes place. It's pretty fucking common, happens all the time.
Oh, hell
But
yes.
like Chuck said, the shame is not coming back. There's a reason why they tell you keep coming back. There's a very specific reason. It's because it's fairly common, and if we kept out everyone that fucking slipped, we wouldn't have a program.
Oh, hell no. If we had a set of rules like that,
Yeah, we wouldn't fucking exist.
none of us would be there.
No, hell no. Hell no. And this is why I kind of I get really pissed off when people start talking about stats in the program.
Yes, yes.
And they start bringing up and referencing you AA has a fucking
failure rate of
1.85% success rate, and I'm like, listen, okay, I'm going to tell you all something very clearly. When you're going by stats, those are created by rehabs and detox centers, okay? AA doesn't fucking mail in data.
Nope.
Okay, so they don't have a fucking valid data pool to go off of. AA would never do something like that. They would never take participation in something like that because they understand through the last 90 years of AA existing since 1935, they understand that through a person's life experience that a lot of people don't get it the first time around, okay? And sometimes it takes a number of years. Like, look at my life, okay? 25 years in and out of the program. I got 4.5 years of sobriety. Now, are the rehabs still going off of the data that I'm still out there? Because I haven't checked into a rehab this time around, so They don't know. There's no real follow up because God knows how many fucking numbers an addict or an alcoholic goes through. And they're not calling me fucking 10 years down the line and figuring out if I'm sober. So the success rate when it comes to stats, I really kind of got to ignore that wholesale because it's a bunch of fucking bullshit.
That's a fact. It's a, like I said, I tell people all the time, you can talk about stats all you want. All I know is I'm a success.
Yep.
And that's what matters to me, is that I was able, and I've known many others that have been able. Call it what you want, try to keep numbers. I don't know how they get the numbers because, like you said, we don't report numbers.
Yeah, no, I've never once been to a district meeting or an area meeting or a fucking national meeting that they submitted numbers. That's not a thing. It'll never be a thing. They talked about it a long time ago. I think it was like the late 70s, early 80s that was talked about. And I think it was talked about in a grapevine. And it just got shot down because flat out, we don't participate with outside agencies. Period. It's not ever going to be a thing. We're our own thing. We're
I
not here
sobered up.
to make other people money.
Yeah, I sobered up in 2000, April of 2000. And I forget what month it was. But there was this little convention that was happening. The 75th, I think it was, anniversary of the international convention.
Yeah.
And I came up with every excuse in the book why I couldn't go. And unbeknownst to me, my sponsor had called my wife behind my back and said he was going to foot the whole bill and all this stuff, and that he thought I really needed to go to this convention. So she was poking and prodding me to go. So I went and I got up there and I'll tell you what, I about shit my pants. I was like, where the fuck did all these people come from? All these people can't be drunks.
Oh, yeah. It's a lot of people.
It was an interesting experience. We'll put it like that. And at the end of when I was still living in St. Louis, what year was it? 2010. Because I got hurt in January of 2011. I had become the Illinois delegate to the Five Corners Convention down there in Arkansas. And I would have never have saw myself in that position in my life. Get in front of 5,000 people and being able to speak freely. Because I could even talk to a small group of people, let alone a large group. But this is one thing I believe in 110% is this program, this way of life. And all the inhibitions slipped away. In fact, we had, you know who Paul Williams is?
No.
The singer that wrote the song Rainbow Connection for the Muppets?
Nope.
Yeah. He was there one year. And, he's a umpteen records and albums and this and that and all these accolades. The dude stood about 4'11". I mean, and he was hilarious. And he was just one of us. He wasn't this mega superstar from the 70s that had all these. He was one of us.
Yep.
In fact, I got his phone number somewhere because he gave it to me because I was still fairly new, but shocked that somebody of his stature would be at one of these low account things, who would show their face at one of these conventions. And I was talking to him, after he spoke and they had the meet and greet. And I was talking to him, and he called me aside and gave me his phone number. He said, "Look, bud, anytime, night or day, you pick up that phone, I'll talk to you." And that showed me right then and there that it doesn't matter how big or how small you are, everybody's the same.
Yeah, ain't no big eyes or little U's in the program. We're all equal playing field.
Exactly. And you,
We're
you
just
don't
a
have
bunch of drunks.
you don't have to go through it alone if you don't want to. The choice is yours, though. Can't nobody make you do anything. I don't care if the court sends you, if your wife sends you. You got to want to do it for yourself.
That's what keeps this program intact. Is there's no fucking hierarchy. Like there's no rules. Period. There is not one
Exactly.
fucking rule in this program. Like, a lot of things. One of the major things that people ask me all the time, like outsiders, they say, "Oh, well, what happens if someone shows up drunk to a meeting?" I'm like, "What? Are you not aware that alcoholics drink?" And they're like, "Yeah, but what do you do?" I'm like, "Well, if he's fucking quiet, I don't really care what he fucking does. Like, I'm not gonna kick him out of the fucking meeting. He's obviously qualified to be here." And he obviously
Exactly.
has the desire not to fucking drink, otherwise he wouldn't fucking be here, even
It
though he's
doesn't say
drunk.
you have to be sober. It,
No, yeah,
it
no.
just says you. Yeah.
It says you don't want to fucking drink. I know a lot of people who drink that don't want to fucking drink, and yeah, I've had hundreds of people come to the fucking meetings drunk as a fucking stick. And provided they can keep calm and not disrupt the meeting, they're more than welcome to stay.
Exactly. I dropped a link just now if anybody wants to come up and share or ask questions. We didn't script this out. We just go from the cuff,
It's the best
trying
way
to
to do it.
trying to share our experience, our strength, and our hope.
That's why when you asked me, I was like, hell yeah, I'll fucking do it. That's fine. I'm down.
Well, I, there's been a couple of people I asked, and it's like I feel like they were ghosting me, which told me all I needed to know.
Yeah, no, when the hand reaches out, I'm responsible. And when somebody asks me
When
to speak, I,
anyone
I come.
anywhere reaches out for help, the hand of AA is always there.
Yep.
And it might sound like like you said a chant, a dogma, or a cult. That's not what it is. By helping others helps me. I'm selfish in that way.
Service work is the secret, and I know a lot of people put up with my dumb ass when I was really fucked up in the head and saying all kinds of stupid, crazy shit. And, if somebody needs me to fucking show up somewhere, I'm gonna show up somewhere.
But I'm
there's not,
different.
there's no fucking in betweens with that.
But you don't understand, Jamie. I'm different.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Well, tell me how you're different on the way to the meeting.
That's a fact. That is
Get
a,
in the fucking car. Let's go.
you can put the coffee up when we're done. Just be happy.
Yeah, wash the ashtrays while you're telling me how you're different.
Go ahead and go to the bar and tell me how that works out for you. Just
Yeah.
report back. I don't care if you drink. Just report back and tell me what's changed.
Yep. Tell me if you figured it out. I might look at what you say, and you might have a logical fucking business proposition, and I might want to hear it.
Where I
Haven't
had
heard
one
one
guy,
call me up and tell me yet.
I had one guy trying to convince me why I needed to drink again.
Oh God.
And I'm like, really? This is interesting. He said, well, yeah, let's go to the bar and I'll explain it to you. Okay. We get to the bar. He orders two drinks, and I look at the bartender and I said, I'll have a coffee. Bartender will flash a chip at me. He knows. He knows. I'll sit there all night long if you want. And I'm not drinking with you. I'll go to the gates of hell with you, but I'm not going back into hell.
Yeah, it's funny once you work the steps and you got a pretty good handle on things. If you got business somewhere and you need to be somewhere, it don't matter if there's booze there. It don't matter if there's drugs there. If you're there for one reason, you're there for one reason. The minute that reason changes, is the minute you leave.
I had somebody ask me the other day on one of these shows if I allow alcohol in my house when we have family get-togethers. I said, sure do. In fact,
Yeah,
I said, I'll go out and stock the refrigerator before they get here.
yeah,
They're like, doesn't that scare you? I said, it
no,
would if I wasn't doing what I was supposed to be doing.
yep,
You, you, you don't recoil from it. You're not afraid of it anymore because it doesn't have the power that we once gave it.
right. It's a and for anybody that's misunderstanding what he's saying or what we're saying together, um, there's a contingency. Okay, so it says in the beginning of the book, it says, I think it's forward to the first edition, we've recovered from a seemingly hopeless state of mind and body. Okay, and a lot of people fight about this. They say, oh well, if you're recovered, that means that you're good to go for the rest of your life.
Here,
And that's partially true, but there's a contingency behind it. If you're working the steps, if you're saying your prayers, if you're doing the deal,
maintenance of a
you don't. Yeah, the maintenance of a
spiritual
spiritual condition.
Yeah.
And if you're doing that, you don't have to exist with fear in any situation, really. You don't. Like, my boyfriend from time to time drinks. I don't give a fuck that he drinks. I don't give a fuck if he comes home plastered. It's very rare that happens, but it's a non-issue for me. Like, if he fucking throws a bottle of wine in the fridge, I don't give a flying fuck.
Yeah, you're
If he
not
says,
slobbering all over yourself anymore.
yeah, hell no. I don't even give a fuck. Like, if I'm gonna drink, first of all, if I'm gonna drink, it ain't gonna be no goddamn bottle of wine.
For
And if I'm
sure.
gonna do it, that one bottle ain't gonna do me shit. I need to get a case of bottles, and then I need to go get a couple of ounces of cocaine.
One bottle would
So
piss me off.
yeah, it's aggravation, and then I gotta walk to the store drunk. Like, I don't want to do that. I want to sit in the fucking house naked, drinking for a couple days, and fucking doing mass amounts of cocaine. So for me, that bottle ain't shit. It's not, and I know where it's gonna take me. I know what I know. Here's the fucking scary part. Another reason why I don't, even really think about it anymore is because I don't know what's gonna happen, and that scares the fuck out of me. I
Yes,
can't
sir.
guarantee you where it's gonna stop. I can't guarantee you what's gonna happen when I do it,
If
and
it
I
if
can't.
it will stop.
Yeah, if it ever will, because I'll tell you right now, I definitely got a relapse in me, but I don't know if I got another recovery in me. I don't know if
Amen.
I'll come back. And
Amen.
that for me, that's plenty for me to fucking understand that I can't do it.
It took me 40 years to get to the point of getting away from it. And I remember the total hell that I lived through them, especially the last 5 years of my drinking. I never drew a sober breath. Uh, and I fought too hard and too long to get to where I am now. I don't,
Yep.
oh, I don't even want to tempt fate because, like you said, I only got a daily reprieve. I'm not cured by any stretch of the imagination. But as long as I work the spiritual principles that are outlined, I stand a pretty good chance that I won't have to drink today or tomorrow.
Yeah, that's the thing. It, when it says a seemingly hopeless state of mind and body,
I mean,
okay, we could easily see what the hopeless state of the body was. Okay, obviously we're drinking ourselves to death. Like, we
yep,
would eventually die from cirrhosis or many other cardiovascular issues or whatever, drunk driving or suicide at the end of the day. But you get to the point where you're not really thinking about that per se. It's the mental. And that's why this last bottom for me, like what I first talked about, having no purpose in life, like just nothing. Okay, the only time I would leave the house is to either go to the casino, go to the fucking spot, get some shit, or go to the liquor store, or maybe go to the grocery store, once a week.
And we call that living.
Yeah, that's living. Like for us, that's living. And when you look at it, and you really take a look at it, you're like, you know what? This is pointless. This is fucking just straight up pointless to exist like this. And it gets to the point where, like, you remember how I said in the beginning, I didn't really sober up because of a relationship this time or for financial issues. Like, I had a lot of fucking money in my bank when I sobered up. I had enough money to fucking sit around.
I had a 6-figure job when I quit.
Yeah, like I had enough money to sit around for an entire fucking year almost without a job. I didn't get back to work until I was about 10 months sober. Like when I got sober, any other time that I got sober in the past, I would immediately go out and get a job. And then I'd start working on the fucking career. And then I'd start working on the relationship. And then I'd start working on all these other things. And sobriety would be like a back burner thing. Like it'd be like something that was optional. This time, everything else was optional. It didn't matter if my relationship fell apart. It didn't matter if my fucking career fell apart. It didn't matter if I ran out of money. It just mattered that I got sober. Because if I didn't get sober, everything else was gone regardless. So I'll take the juggling act with maybe this shit will be here when I get sober and maybe this shit won't. But if I don't get sober, I'm probably not going to be here. So you gotta, in the beginning, you really gotta take it, to heart and put your priorities first. And that's why they say job, no job, house, no house, wife, no wife, we recover. And it doesn't matter what happens in sobriety. We don't have to drink over it. And anyone that lies to you and says, you're going to have this perfect life and you're not going to have problems and you're not going to have horrible shit
They're lying to you.
They lied like a motherfucker. Like, get as far away from those lying sons of bitches as you can, because they're probably hippies, and God don't like no hippie. So get away from them because they're lying to you. You're going to have horrible shit happen probably in your life. The only thing that's going to be different is you're going to be able to deal with it without getting fucking shit-faced drunk and making it worse.
Exactly. And it took me a while when I was at the end of the drinking there before I realized, because the physical attributes of drinking really didn't matter to me. I didn't care about that.
Right.
But it was when the mental went to complete shit. I'm like, I can't do this no more. And that's when I was trying to find a telephone pole with my name on it,
Yeah.
And God only knows why it didn't happen. A change of mind at the last minute. That had to be God doing for me what I wasn't doing for myself. Because I had all intent because that was the only way I could figure out how I couldn't drink anymore, was to be dead. Because I could not control it. It controlled me, every aspect of my life. And that's a hell of an existence for anybody.
It's a wild circle. If anybody ever reads the doctor's opinion, there's two things that are clearly defined in the doctor's opinion. It's the physical allergy and the mental obsession.
Yep.
So those two things are wicked as fuck. So let's say that me or Chuck was able to put down the bottle of our own accord, okay? And granted, there's periods of time where I'm sure Chuck was able to do that, and I was able to do that for a very short amount of time. But that mental obsession of thinking about it, just constantly fucking thinking about it.
Yeah,
it would always take you back.
You're like, oh, I need a drink. Where can I get a drink? No, people don't think like that.
Yeah, no, hell no. Doesn't happen in the average temper drinker. It's just not a thing.
And the book even tells you, hats off to you if you're one of them that can quit and your life is still the same and everything's happy-go-lucky.
Yeah, that's the
But
thing. If you put the fucking plug in the jug and you're able to live a good life, congratulations. Like, I don't give a fuck if you're able to do that. That's cool if you're able to do that. But me, when I put the plug in the jug and I put the fucking, the joint down or the crack pipe down, I was a miserable motherfucker because there was something that was, they call it a dis-ease. I was diseased. Like, I wasn't comfortable. I wasn't happy. So if it was just a matter of putting the fucking booze down and putting the drugs down, I would have been fucking good a long time ago. But it's not that I'm a slow learner, it's that I'm a fast forgetter of how bad the shit gets, how quickly it
yes,
gets.
yes,
And if we're being completely honest, alcohol and drugs are just symptoms. These are just fucking symptoms. Eventually they get to the point where they compound the problem, but they're just symptoms of a much deeper problem. And when you work the steps, you start to find out what the problem is. And they got this little sticker, I'm sure Chuck probably has one on his mirror. They got this little sticker that they sell at just about every AA hall or any kind of organized AA grouping of people. It says, you're looking at the problem.
yep.
That's it. We are the fucking problem. It ain't the wife, it ain't the boyfriend, it ain't the job, it ain't the fucking, it ain't none of that shit. It ain't the kid yelling at you, it ain't it ain't none of that shit. It's us. We are the fucking problem. We are maladjusted to life.
I can remember when I first quit drinking, and I ended up having to go 10 miles the other direction, leaving work in order to get an extra 10 miles to the drive in order to get home because my car had autopilot. Without even thinking about it, I'd leave the parking lot down the block and I'm pulling into the liquor to the bar I used to go to every day. Without any thought, the car would just pull in there. And
Yep.
I had to go around a different way till I broke that habit.
Yep. You got to. It.
Oh, welcome,
Oh
Denison.
my God, Mr. Dennison.
There's hope for him yet.
Holy sheep shit.
And as usual, his audio's not working.
Well, well, well. What do we have here?
A couple of riffs and rafts.
Yep, we got Riff and Raff over here.
Hell yeah. What's up, dude?
Nothing, just wrapping up some work for the evening and waiting to see if my hearing comes back. Sorry if I yell.
What
I'm
happened?
deaf in one ear,
What happened?
and my headset doesn't work. So, I get chronic ear infections.
Mm.
Had them since I was a little kid. They wanted to put tubes in my head when I was little.
Oh, the drains?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
I'm
had to
not
do
sure what
that.
it's for. I think it's to make your ear canal bigger.
Oh, okay. Yep. Sizers.
I don't. I know my mother was like, "Fuck that," and she would just take garlic cloves and stick them in my ear.
Your mom was old school.
Yep, very, very.
I remember one morning I woke up. This was about 2016ish, somewhere in that ballpark. Woke up the next morning and couldn't hear a damn thing. And I thought, oh my God, I went deaf overnight. Went to the ear doctor, and they was full of fluid on both ears.
Yeah.
Just that quick. And I mean, I couldn't hear diddly shit until they put them tubes in and drained all that fluid out. Scared the hell out of me.
Yep. That happens to me. Like when it's bad, it happens to me a few times a year.
Ugh.
But as I've gotten older, I've developed certain methods. Basically, what it comes down to is I have to avoid getting water in my ear at all costs. To the point where
Swimmer's ear, they call it.
yeah, to the point where like, I have like a strategy for washing my ear because I'm also obsessed with keeping them clean, so I can't, just yeah, and I take showers, right? I don't know, like if any of these heathens out here still bathe like it's the 1800s, but the water comes from above your head, and I have to wash my hair and my face. I'm way too OCD, so I'm looking at like 2, sometimes 3 times a day, where I'm like in a war zone for a battle for over my ears. Because if one drop gets in there, it's all over.
Same here. Yeah, you become rather conscious of that real quick.
Yeah. So when I'm doing good, I can go like, I think it's been 2 years since my last one.
Well, they actually made me a set of custom-made earplugs so I could take a shower.
Yeah, motherfuckers.
I tried that.
It's hell to get old.
It was like a combination of the earplug being irritating and inconvenient itself, and also like the lack of consistency. So like, when I put the earplug in, then I'm not careful anymore. And so then if I get in the shower and I forget to put the earplug in, I'm insta-fucked. Because I just get right under the water without thinking.
You're so used to thinking you got them in. Yeah.
But I've been talking to the AI about my air condition. And I think I might have a strategy now that can be both reactive and preventative, so that I don't have to do it all the time. It won't require consistency.
Put your head in the toilet and flush 3 times?
No, I wait until I have a problem, but before it turns into an infection, I give my ear canal a vinegar bath.
Yeah.
And then I use, they have special ear dryers. It's like an $80 blow dryer. And you put the tip is designed to go into the ear canal and not to blow too hard or be loud. And it dries off your ear in like a minute.
Denny, how do we get you to be able to have a headset and a mic worth of fuck?
I might get one this month. It depends.
How do we speed that up?
I mean, you could buy it for me and send it to me.
Oh, there you
Even
go.
better, you can give me an Amazon gift card.
Okay, what's the ticket on that? Like, how much we talking here?
For a setup like I had before, I think the new version is even cheaper. It's like $30.
That's it?
Yeah, it's like I think it was $39 when I got mine, but the new one is $29.99 plus shipping, plus tax, plus go fuck yourself.
1 second.
I can double check on it right now while we're talking.
Hold on, he's fucking himself right now. Hold on a second.
Denny, tell me if this goes through.
Don't cash at me.
No, PayPal.
Okay, yeah, because I'm banned.
How'd you get banned? The fuck did
I
you?
wouldn't give him. I wouldn't give him my real name. They didn't like it.
Yeah,
I can't blame. I can't blame him. The only problem is everybody has my Cash App and sending me money, and I can't. I can't get it out.
they arbitrarily changed my Cash App to my real name. They took out what I had put in there and arbitrarily changed it.
Yeah, they did adjust that. I don't know why they adjusted that, but they did in fact adjust it. There is a way to change your actual name to take off your last name and only have your first name on it, but they did do some changes. Danny, tell me if that went.
Jamie Germanhauser sent me $1.
Okay, just had to check and make sure that it would go through. The rest of it's coming now.
Germanhauser.
Yep, it's Oh wait, which one's the right one?
Okay, there. Go buy a fucking headset.
And if you don't, refund them.
Oh, yeah. The price dropped since the last time I looked by 17%. It's
Okay,
only
so
20
no
smackaroos.
excuses. No excuses.
Oh shit, it's half off.
Look at that.
It's 20 smackers.
Okay, so now you got the money for the headset and the taxes, so go buy one.
All right,
Better buy it while it's down.
good looking out.
Because if I got to listen to this, it's going to be a problem.
What?
You know, I'm still gonna yell until I'm hit. There's no guarantee that hearing will come back either, you know.
Well, that's fine. You can yell just as long as I don't hear
I just
myself
gotta
on
wait
your
and
side.
see. You gotta roll the. Oh yeah, that's the headset.
Yeah, that's all I fucking want to happen. I mean, I could have been a cheap fucking just sent you a pair that I got laying around, but I don't want my ear to go in your ear and then you become,
Oh, I wouldn't
limp-wristed.
use those anyways. I can't put shit in my ear, bro. Are you kidding?
Yeah, don't be limp-wristed. Can't have you limp-wristed.
See there, that's God doing for you what you couldn't do for yourself.
Yeah, like if somebody ever gave me a wet willy, I would probably beat their ass near death.
Anybody ever think about sticking a finger in my ear, they're getting an ass whooping.
Yeah,
I'll
you
just
put
react.
something in my ear, we're going to have a problem.
Just the pain. Real quickly, I'll just give a brief description of one of the instances because I was just thinking of it earlier today, but I remember when it was one of the worst ones I had. I think I was 17, and it was so bad I had to go to the doctor, and the doctor took this tiny little spoon. It was so clogged that he had to take this tiny little spoon that had like a super long, like 12, 18-inch handle on it with a tiny spoon on the end, and he stuck that fucker in my ear and dug out the infection with the spoon.
Ugh.
Jesus. Jesus.
I asked him, like when he showed me the spoon, he was like, "This is gonna hurt." I was like, "Okay, let's do this, but give me something to bite down on." That shit was fucking crazy, bro.
Yeah, I know that doc, the first time he says, I'm going to put these tubes in your ear here in the office. I'm like, what you talking about, Willis? What you fitting to do? I'm going to make this little cut and put this tube in there. He got within, I don't know how close he got to it. I flew up out of that chair and I said, hell no. I ended up having to go to the hospital and get put out for it to get done.
Yeah, you're going to have to knock me out for something like that.
Yeah, my ears. I don't like nothing in my ears.
I could do wisdom teeth and I could do a couple other things while awake, but nah, you fuck around like that, you gotta knock me out.
That's how I am with MRIs anymore because I had so many of them.
Yeah.
I can't. You're knocking me out or something. I'm not getting in that tube voluntarily.
I can't go in the tube anymore now that I got the fucking steel in my wrist.
Really?
Yeah, no, can't go in there no more.
I mean, I got all that titanium in my back, and they'll still put me in there.
Titanium's one thing. Titanium's non-magnetic.
The first MRI I ever had, the next day when I woke up, I had blistered armpits.
What?
They
The
didn't say
fuck?
nothing about not using deodorant that had aluminum oxide in it. So
Oh wow.
Shit.
No shit.
But aluminum's non-magnetic, isn't it?
it heats up.
That's
Oh,
wow, I didn't think about that.
Not
that's
that it's magnetic,
crazy.
it heats up. Any metal will heat up.
Man, you
Yeah,
think
'cause
they
it's
would fucking
absorbing.
know that shit?
That hurt. That one hurt.
That's a motherfucker right there. So, Denny, I have to salute you on your ability to disconnect the conversation with a crazy bastard.
You like that, did you? I noticed the segue.
I was like,
Yeah,
this
I'm getting better at it.
He just doesn't want to face his addiction, that's all.
Who, me?
No, he's talking about my character defects. They were glaring today. I had to go fully in on Josh a couple times, and I was enjoying it probably a little bit too much.
Well, I fucked him up when I threw that monkey wrench in that conversation.
Oh, yeah, yeah. He was thinking he had an ally, and then he's like, oh, no. Oh, no.
And I can't believe he said he didn't know.
I've been
I mean, it's
accused my whole
hilarious.
life
It's
of doing the
hilarious.
same thing.
What's that?
People think just because I'm really good at it that I like it, like slapping bullies down or cutting liars off at the knees, just like like the shit Steph does, like you're talking about doing.
Well, it
And just
helped.
because I've always been really good at it, people like think that I like it, but I fucking hate it. Even people offline who are my best friends, like I have a best friend who it probably took him like 10 years before he fully understood that I don't really like giving people the truth cock. That's what he calls it.
The truth cock. That's a good word for it.
I like to keep it in my pants. And, I don't want to make you gag on the truth. I can't help myself. There's a trigger, right? But it's a lever, and it's based on weight. So like, once there's just a certain amount of bullshit, the trigger's instant. So you can't pull the trigger. The trigger's not instant itself per se. But once the weight is enough to trigger it, it's over and there's no turning back. I can only take so much bullshit. And Josh, he gets into these modes where he's like, that's all he's a bullshit tornado.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. That's. I'm
Especially
not a fan.
especially when it was found out that he wore lipstick to the grocery store.
Bro. Not even that. That he walked around the grocery store for a fucking hour.
I don't know what possessed him to even. Oh my lord!
Well, I know what possessed him to do it. I don't think he does, but I know.
I got a good idea, but
It's called homosexuality.
There you go.
It's the way it
Like I
is.
told him, I said, you put lipstick on a pig, you still got the pig left, Josh. What's that make you?
I don't know. That guy's got some issues. Like, people don't typically live full time in Vietnam for no reason.
Well, other than being a habitual liar, I really don't know if he is what he says he is.
I doubt it. He
Me
don't
too.
fucking live in Vietnam.
I've seen his house.
Why would you have all these viewpoints on America if you only lived here 6 weeks out of the fucking year? Get the fuck out of
Exactly.
here. Shut the fuck up. You're
Well, 'cause
so
he still
involved.
lives. He still lives in America in Vietnam. That's what he's not going to tell you, is that he's either on a base or he's at an embassy, and his life is still like. It's not like he spent the first 20 years of his life in whatever government job he has. Just assuming he's telling the truth.
Right.
If he's telling the truth, you would expect he spent the first 25 to 30 years of his life on American soil being like some kind of civil servant. And then and then what he does now, his entire life is mired in America. Like, he has to be up to date on all he does is probably watch news, listen to briefings, track the economy, and if he is actually a federal employee, where he lives is probably American soil or some kind of like United States carve out.
Right. I highly doubt that he is anything of what he says he is.
Yeah, I believe after that study pulled, I believe absolute zero what he says. I think he was in jail for 6 months when he died and mysteriously returned 6 months later. That's what I think. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it.
We need to get some weaponized autists on the case.
If what he said isn't true, I would suspect he didn't go anywhere.
Well,
maybe
he resigned from all the panels and discords that he was running. That's why I say I think he went to prison for 6 months or jail for 6 months.
Would you do that though if you were going to jail? Wouldn't you just leave it?
Yeah, just leave it.
It's more like he had some kind of spaz and then just came around anonymously and didn't panel.
He probably got a really good batch of shit and quite a bit of it and just decided to go like incognito for a while.
See, that would have been my reason.
Right.
Like some fucking hydroponic sativa, and then, I went full like Doc Murdoch style, and I was like, fuck this Fed tracking shit, and I like deleted everything, and then went code blue for like 4 months, eating rations and fucking
totally accurate.
That would have been me. That's me, 100%. Yeah. I don't know if that's Josh though.
I could relate to that. That's
Josh,
how I would have handled it.
Josh got yelled at by his wife or something, and then she made him delete all his social media. That's, you know what I mean?
Yeah. That would be more likely.
Are you still in my Discord?
I had to step away for a second.
Yeah, I'm still in your Discord.
We never did finish that stream on Grace, you know.
No, we didn't.
You got caught up in your Lego shit and you didn't have time for me anymore.
Oh,
His
shut
new
the fuck
addiction.
up.
Well,
He's
I think he
lying.
was addicted to the fucking money that was rolling in.
You think? I thought he was
He's
addicted to
lying.
the Lego.
He's lying. Dennis, why do you talk to these? Why do you lie to these people like that?
Hey, you know, I call it like I see it, buddy.
Yeah. Everybody's got an opinion.
Opinions are like assholes.
Now, the difference between me and most people is that if you gave me your own explanation and it was consistent with the available data, I would take your word over my presumption.
So what I would say is that me giving a panel about grace and then literally castrating people verbally and not showing them grace most of the time would be highly hypocritical of me.
Oh, I thought you meant Grace Thorpe when you said a panel about Grace.
No,
Not
hell
unless
no.
Not unless you proclaim to be the perfect arbiter of grace. Falling short doesn't make you a hypocrite.
Yeah, see,
Claiming
try and
it's
explain that to
valid.
these fuckers. They won't listen.
Well, I don't. Who gives a fuck what they listen to?
No, this is true.
It's not for. It's not for them. It's for the people who know how to hear.
This
Well,
is true.
it
This is
does no good though if you can't enlighten somebody else with your information. It'd be like
Wow.
me and Jamie hoarding the secret to sobriety, you know?
Oh, there's
Well, we're
plenty of
not
people who
hoarders,
wish
but-
I hoarded.
We're not hoarding. We're just not catering to those who are incapable of receiving the message.
Yeah.
Last time I checked, I'm not God, so I can't make that determination.
Well, then it doesn't need to be considered at all. It's not a factor. It's not an excuse.
Maybe I'm misunderstanding.
He's saying that he didn't want to do the stream because he was out there on the streets relapsing with his verbiage and
You saying he lied to me a while ago when he told me? Oh no!
his lingual judo.
Jamie, how dare you?
See, this is the problem.
You know, peanuts.
See, this is why we need to get him a mic
Yeah,
so that we
the
can clearly
demon's
hear
got
him.
his audio. Come back to us, Denizen.
Come back to the light, Denny.
Get away from the dark side.
Oh, fuck.
Damn, he done relapse. I see it now.
Denny's back on the shit.
But we can fix him, Jamie. We can fix him. You believe that?
No.
We're gonna sell you some beachfront
no.
property.
Yeah, definitely not. I'm going to let him sit in it because I'm a sick bastard and sometimes I like to watch.
Oh, I had people tell me, "Why you let me drink?" Sponsees.
Fucking
Why you let
let
me drink? I didn't let you do anything. You made your own decision.
Motherfucker, I don't have agency over you, first of all.
Exactly. You're not under my roof.
Even if you were, I don't know what the fuck happens when you leave the house.
What are you supposed to do? Hog tie?
Yeah, no.
I always get a kick out of them people, though. How is it my fault? Please explain it to where it makes sense to me.
Well, I just tell them reference the doctor's opinion. It'll clearly tell you. You know, you might if you got finances like that, you can hire bodyguards to keep you under lock and key. Well, you go do that because you're probably gonna need it.
For sure. Hell, that didn't even work for a lot of people, though.
No, they eventually fired the bodyguards and went and got drunk.
Or some, yeah, or paid off the bodyguard to go pick up a bottle.
Yeah, go pick this up. I'll still pay you. We'll drink together. I don't want to drink alcoholically. I don't want to drink alone.
I remember I had this
Shit.
guy. He was drunk when he showed up the first time, and he wanted to quit. And he had just lost his car because he got a DUI. I'm like, okay. I said, well, what do you do now? He said, well, I'm stuck at home. A buddy comes by and picks me up for work and then brings me home. But other than that, I don't have a vehicle. And I live out in the middle of nowhere. And he started showing up, shall we say, sauced a little bit.
Mm.
I'm like, did you get a car? He said, no, why? I said, why are you reeking of alcohol? He says, but I haven't gone anywhere. And a couple of meetings later, he comes in and he says, well, you know, you can pay a taxi driver to bring it to you. And I'm like, oh Lord, you're not an alcoholic. No.
Yeah, no. Nothing alcoholic about that.
And I tell him, I said, well, that's what you want to do, that's your business. You're not going to break my heart. Them days are over. I don't have to live through your pain. I don't have to feel your pain. I went through my own. I don't need anybody else's.
See, that's another reason why I still go to meetings. If I ever start to think that it wasn't that bad, all I need to go do is go to a newcomer meeting and see a motherfucker fresh off the block and look into his eyes and see that fucking pitiful and incomprehensible demoralization. And yeah, that's all the confirmation I need.
Exactly. And if we didn't go back, who would be there for the next guy?
Yeah, ain't no one there to transmit a message if they ain't got it.
And like I tell them, I don't have a license. I don't have ownage. I just got what I can share with you. And if I ain't got it, please find somebody else that fits your style.
Yep.
Because the minute I proclaim I can make somebody sober is a day that I'm a fool.
You're probably not too far behind on a drink at that level. Shit. You think you could fucking fix someone? We all know that's a fucking just complete and utter fucking fail out of the gate.
Well, you know well as I do that there are a few out there that think that.
Good luck. They obviously don't know what an alcoholic is.
Those are the ones that are going to every meeting still after 25, 30 years. They can't miss one. They're dependent upon the meeting keeping them sober, not the steps.
Yeah, people that hide out in meetings. I fuck that. If my
Yeah.
life ever turned into that, I'm sorry, but I'm checking out. Like, no.
What's
No.
the point? Why be miserable?
I knew
I'm
a
a-
guy. He was he's dead now. He actually just died like maybe 2-3 months ago. He was sober 54 fucking years. 54 years. And he's a union guy. He's a tradesman. Worked his whole fucking life. You know, sat on a pension for the last, I don't know, 20 years, 30 years of his life.
Right.
But 54 fucking years sober and never worked through the steps. And he would come to the meetings and,
Excuse me?
yeah, he would come to the meetings and he would fucking
Oh
talk
my
his shit and leave. And he was
goodness.
the most angry person I ever met in my life. And every
Yes.
time I seen him, I was like, if I ever am like that, there is no point to go on.
That had to be pure misery.
Yeah. To be a dry drunk for 54 fucking years? Absolutely.
Oh shit, no.
I mean,
I
when he
know.
picked up his 50-year coin, I just thought to myself, like, you might as well just walk up to the fucking bar and hand the bartender that 50-year coin and get some sanity.
What's it say in the book? We're supposed to be happy, joyous, and free.
Yeah, word for word.
If I remember right.
Yeah,
If I'm going to be miserable, by golly, I'm going to be drinking. I'm going to be happy being miserable.
yeah. There's at least going to be some relief.
Oh Lord,
Like,
yeah.
I would never suggest someone, and this is another thing that bothers me is when people, talk about fucking the program and they're like, oh, I went to meetings, it didn't work for me.
Yep.
Okay, you said that you went to meetings, and I get that, and I understand that. However, meetings are a very small part of a very large program.
It's a fraction.
Like, I'm sorry, I don't go to that many meetings anymore. I go to like 2 meetings a week.
I go to one
That's
a
it.
week.
Two meetings a week. I talk to my sponsor once every week, once every 2 weeks. Like, I don't need the constant fucking supervision, accountability like I did in the beginning. Because if my life is just centered around AA, that's not a life that I want to live.
Oh,
Period.
fuck that. Fuck that.
No, hell no.
I'll
The
be out
people
there.
that go to
I
three
just might as
meetings
well
a
go
day,
back to drinking. At least that was fun.
oh yeah, there's no way. There's no fucking way that I could go to 3 meetings a day, 7 days a week, constantly be on the fucking phone with AA. No, I'm sorry, but no, I can't. Nope. Nope, 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 nope.
And the
Just
last thing I
opt me out
want
of
to do
that
is,
island.
yeah, the last thing I want to be is a bullshitter. Because I was enough of a bullshitter before. I don't want to go there espousing all this great knowledge and forethought I got. If the old adage, take my advice. I'm not using it.
Yeah, yeah.
Welcome,
See, and,
Dom.
and that's. Oh, hi. I didn't even see you join the panel. Hello.
He snuck in through the back door.
It came from the roof. Hey, Jamie. Hey, Chuck. Hey, Dennison.
Hello.
Carry on,
Oh,
Jamie. Go
Dennis
ahead.
was giving us this cold shoulder.
Yeah.
Dennison, are you alive over there?
Yeah, what's up?
Oh,
Oh
he's
no, it's
back.
just proof of life. That's all I need.
We thought your eardrum might have exploded or something.
Yeah. Now, if I ever got to the point where I gotta live in the fucking meetings, I'm sorry, but that's not a life. For me, that's not acceptable. Some people can do it. Some people want to do it. That's just not for me.
I can't. I'm not one of them. You give me a crutch, by golly, I'm going to abuse that crutch.
That's exactly what happens. And this is another thing. Like when you come into the program, in the beginning, sometimes that's necessary. Like to surround yourself in it, to enthrall
Oh,
yourself in
yeah,
it.
yeah.
That's necessary. But there comes a point where you got to start living life and actually becoming a part of it, and not just existing in the program. Like you got to learn balance. And if you ain't got balance, then I don't really see why people sober up. I mean, I guess
Or,
it's the lesser of two evils, but I just can't do that.
or you get that shit that they tell you, well, I don't need them meetings. I don't need them steps. I
Yeah,
said,
good
that's
luck with that.
fine, but don't bitch at me because it ain't working for you. You get out of it what you put into it.
It's like baking a cake. They say half measures value nothing. It's the same thing when you bake a cake. You skip a couple ingredients, you skip a couple steps, turn the heat up too much or down too low. Well, you don't get a cake worth eating. You get a lump of shit. So you're either gonna do it how it's done, or you know you're not gonna
Or
get
you,
what we
or
all
you get
got.
the one about, all AA is about is not drinking. I said, that's not true. There's only two steps that mention alcohol. The purpose of the steps is to teach you how to live on life's terms as opposed to fighting life.
Yep. Shit, I wish normal people would read the fucking big book.
It can work for anybody. That's what I told somebody I was doing a show one night. I said, drop the word alcohol, substitute whatever word you want in there, and
Yep.
it will work for you.
It's definitely able to be used for any walk of life. It doesn't have to be a substance. It could be a situation. It's
Exactly.
fully transverse, into everything. It's funny because some people don't realize. So the big book that's named Alcoholics Anonymous, what we consider to be our basic text, when they were talking about names to actually name the book, there was a name that was fairly fucking like swanky in its own right. But the problem was the name was used in like 24 other fucking books. And
You talking
one
about
of
the
the
way
original,
out?
yeah, that was one of them. But a Design for Living.
Yep.
Yeah, so there was 5 that was voted on, but a Design for Living was used in like 24 or 25 other books at the time when they were going through. And they had finally named it, Alcoholics Anonymous, because we're anonymous and it's for alcoholics specifically, so they wanted to be kind of upfront with what it was.
Oh, I got accused of that last week. It's
What's that?
Alcoholics Anonymous. Why are you talking about it?
Read the
I'm
fucking
like,
tradition.
like, I don't know. This is just an outreach. It's just an outreach.
Yeah, so I've gotten into a couple of heated discussions with some old timers, and what I tell them is specifically this: my anonymity is my anonymity. Okay. I
Yes,
always
sir.
tell people that I'm not fucking a poster boy for Alcoholics Anonymous. I'm not an employee. I'm not a representative. I'm a guy that goes to meetings and works a fucking, set of 12 steps. Past that, I don't speak for the program. I don't speak on the program. I don't do that. But as far as my experience, strength, and hope goes, I'll say it whenever and wherever I fucking like. And
There you
that's not going
go.
to change.
I'm not
So,
breaking your anonymity. I can
correct.
break mine as long as I don't break
Correct.
yours.
And I get, why they made that tradition, and I
Well,
get why
doctors
it.
and lawyers and
Well, yeah. Well, not even just that. I mean, so I hate to say that a program evolves, but the circumstances that we deal with and the hardships that the program had to go through in its early infancy of existence, they're much different than they are now. And I won't say that AA is too big to fail, because that's not the case. Like any
anything can
program, any
fail.
business bill, yeah, it can all go to shit. But at the end of the day, right now, we're not. Me out there saying my experience, strength, and hope, and saying that I work a fucking set of spiritual principles through the 12 steps is not going to take away from AA so much that it crumbles.
But Jamie, that's not God. You're talking spiritual. That's not godly. You
I
been hit with
tell them,
that one yet?
yeah, I tell them your God's your understanding and my God's my understanding. And my God told me to tell you, fuck you and your God. Very specifically.
And I knew when I asked you today, I knew you wouldn't turn me down because I've heard you in the past, so I know how you how this is coming to your life.
Oh
And
yeah, it's not a joke. Somebody asks you to fucking talk about some shit. You show up and you talk about some shit.
I've asked 3 people in the last 3 weeks. Crickets.
That's not good.
That tells me what I needed to know. But I still, the invite and the offer still out there. I'm not going to pass judgment. But I see you, Dom. Hold on. There we go.
Yeah, this is basically how the conversation went. Because usually, like, if it's a YouTube person, I ask them, "Do you have Discord?" And if they don't have Discord, I really don't interact with them. And I know
Right.
that Chuck's pretty much on the old school. So when he said, "What's your email?" I kind of already knew what was going to take place before he even asked me the question.
Did you?
Yeah, I instantly I knew. If you want to talk to me and you're not talking on the panel, that means obviously you want to set something up. And I'm like, okay, I'm into it.
And
So I knew.
that's why I wanted to ask you offline so as not to put you under the gun.
Oh no, put me under the gun. That's fine. That's no fucking problem. But see, I could pick up and say, oh well, I don't have time, or I don't have this, or I don't have that. Well, let's face it. I'm off work today. I'm off work tomorrow. I don't know if I'm working Monday, so I got all the fucking time in the world. So there's no valid excuse that I can give you to say no, I can't help you.
Well, I do appreciate it.
No, it's no problem. If I was working, it'd be different. But I'm off the next 2 days. So
Well, that's a viable out, so to speak. But the ones that oh, you're in the program? Yeah, I'm doing a show about it. Oh, I'd like to come over. So I send them the invite. Hello? Hello, is there anybody home?
yeah, you gotta be willing to give it back. And if you're not, well, you're doing people around you a disservice. Somebody might listen tonight and actually have something on their mind, and it gets answered through the conversation that me and you have.
And that's the whole reason I just started recently doing programs geared towards recovery. And they're like, people are asking me, why are you wasting your time? I said, it's not a waste of time. If somebody gets an inkling out of something that somebody says that maybe helps them just a little bit, then we've done something.
Even if it's just for a day, it doesn't matter.
That's all we got is one day. That's what I tried to tell. There's a fella that comes around. His name's Austin. And he had a relapse recently. And he says, yeah, but you don't understand. You got 26 years now. I said, no, I got today. That's all I got is today. I can end that at any time I choose by picking up that drink. And it's only by doing the spiritual foundation that we were taught that I don't have to pick up the drink today. So I got today. I don't look at tomorrow, and I don't look at yesterday. I got today.
Yeah, no, you can't rest on your laurels.
Oh,
Talks about that in the book.
I've seen that happen.
No, you rest on your past accomplishments. Well, that's all you'll have is past accomplishments and no future.
I don't know how many 30-year people, all of a sudden they disappear. And you're like, oh, I wonder what happened to Joe and Blow. And 3-6 months later, they're coming through the door and they're ashamed of themselves. They're afraid to say anything. But then what finally comes out was, I got too damn good by Thursday.
Yeah.
I quit. I let up on the program of the life, not the meetings. I let up on the program, what's laid out, which is the 12 steps. And then it bites you in the ass. Been proven time and time again.
You can go to all the meetings in the world, and I talk to my sponsees about this quite frequently. You can go to all the fucking meetings in the world. I'm not really gonna get down on you for fucking going to meetings or not going to enough meetings. I'm gonna get down on you when I ask you, hey, did you read the step you're on today? Hey, did you read it? Did you read the book this week? Like, where are you at in the book? What are you reading? What are you reading?
Even a paragraph. Just read a paragraph.
Just something.
Oh,
Daily connection.
One of my early sponsees, I was being a smart ass, and the kid walks up to me and he says, after the meeting, and he calls me to the side and he said, hey, I want you to be my sponsor. And I said, well, if you bring a check for $100 to the next meeting, we got a deal. Some bitch brought $100 cash. I felt so bad. I'm like, dude, hell no, I ain't taking your money. This is free. But he made it. He did make it, though.
He was hella motivated.
Hey, if he was willing to put up the money, but I know quite a few people that would have took the money and kept their mouth shut.
Oh, that's a sick, sick thing. That is a sick fucking thing.
Yes, sir.
Oh no,
I got no use for them.
if I ever fucking hear someone doing that in a meeting, I'm sorry, but some of those old ideals are coming to a head fast, and that dude's getting his ass beat in the parking lot.
I had a sponsor at one time, and they teach you about any mind altering substance isn't considered sobriety, right?
Yeah.
You know where I'm at.
Oh yeah.
Well, into the meeting, and we go to stand up to do the Lord's Prayer, and somebody starts poking me in the side. I'm like, what? He said, look what fell out of his pocket. That was probably a quarter ounce or an ounce, whatever the designation is. And he said, ain't you going to say something? I said, no, not in front of everybody. I won't. I waited till afterwards. We're outside. And I go, did you lose something in the meeting? But somebody else picked it up and gave it to me. And he goes, what are you talking about? I said, did you lose something in the meeting? He's like, I don't know what you're talking about. And then I said, well, hold on a second. I got to go get a cigarette out the car. And as I'm walking away, I can see him out of the corner of my eye checking all of his pockets. So I come back and I pulled it out and I handed it to him. I said, I think this is yours. Yeah, but you don't understand. I said, no, I don't understand. But all I know is I'm getting a different sponsor.
Yeah,
I don't
I
like
don't
to
do
be lied
that
to.
California sober bullshit.
Yeah, I don't
Ain't
like
no
to be lied
weed,
to.
no nothing.
For that, I spent my whole first 40 years becoming a professional liar. I was trying to get away from that. Will you shut up? Dog, gotta go pee. Can you guys hold it down for me to take her out?
Yeah, you're good.
All right, I'll be right back.
I've had a couple people get pissed off at me because when I chair meetings, if I know, and it's common information, if someone smokes weed, if I know that you smoke weed and you announce an anniversary, I'll pass the chip around the table. But as far as handing it to you and giving you a handshake or a hug, yeah, no, you can pick it up off the table, but I'm not gonna hand it to you. And people kind of dislike that tactic, but oh well. If they dislike it so much, they can chair the meeting. You be the one to hand it to them. Danny, I'm gonna need a proof of life check.
Well, sometimes eat the bear, and sometimes the bar, well, he eats you.
How's Trinity doing? I seen he was in the BC with you a little while ago. How's he doing?
He's doing really well.
Right on.
He got a new place. Kids are settled in. They got their own rooms.
Hell yeah. I always liked Trinity. He's a good dude.
Got his truck fixed up. He's in a positive trajectory.
Right on. How's about Mr. Gambetti? How's Mr. Gambetti?
No, he's still gambetting,
He is a funny motherfucker, man. Sorry, I'm currently eating beef jerky. I'm hungry. You know, I've been doing meal prep for like almost a month now. I forgot how much it sucks.
Yeah, I can't keep it up.
It sucks.
And
It's
I
bad.
get like maybe 7 meals in, and I can't like do the same thing over and over.
So I've been mixing it up. I did chicken for like 6 days. And then I did, ground beef for like 5 days. And then I did like small portions of fruit in between. But always alternating between chicken, steak, and ground beef. That's a motherfucker. But I guess I've been cheating because I put, so when I do the beef, or when I do the chicken rather, I'll make black beans, and I'll put some peas in there, and then I'll put a couple of scoops of rice, like 2-3 scoops of rice, and then I'll mix it all together and I'll portion it out for the day because I'm not gonna make more than one day at a time because I don't like eating old shit. But even mixing it up like that and putting vegetables in, like when I was doing the beef, I was doing Brussels sprouts, and I was doing carrots, and then what do you call it? Cauliflower. It's hard. It's really fucking hard. It fucking sucks.
I made pizza earlier. I whipped up some dough, put some provolone on there, some tomato sauce, and some sliced up some Roma tomatoes.
Oh, you made real pizza.
Oh yeah.
I gotta go to the butcher. I'm about out of meat. I think I got 2 pounds of chicken, a couple steaks, and that's it. I gotta go shopping. I think this weekend
I
I'll
can
go.
barely afford fucking meat anymore.
Yeah, I know. It's ridiculous. Only reason I'm trying to do the meal prep is because I finally broke the 280-pound marker. I got down to, I think I was 295. I was like, you know what? I'm going to try and diet real quick. And I did it while I was off work, because if I was working, I wouldn't be able to do it. So I started the diet and started the meal prep, and I got down, within 3 weeks, I got down below 280. I was 279 for one day, and then I gained 4 pounds. I don't know how the fuck that happened, but just being able to see on the scale that I got below 280, I was like, you know what? If I can get below 280, I can lose this fucking weight. I'll know that it's possible. And once I seen 279, I was like, you know what? I haven't seen this in a long, long time, and I'm gonna try it. So I've been keeping up with it. So I'll weigh myself in 2 weeks and see where I'm at. It's hard to cut out the fucking chips. I fucking love chips. I love chips. That's the hardest part. Fucking love carbs.
For me, it's carbs for me. Bread, and then cheese. I mean, that's like I had bread and cheese for dinner, and yesterday I had baked rigatoni with sausage. So essentially, just bread and cheese with some sausage on top.
Yeah, basically. Thanks, Dominic. I see you in the private chat. Appreciate you.
Yeah, I'm gonna make enchiladas. You know, that's bread and cheese.
Just eating all fucking carbs. Jesus Christ.
You know what though? I'm gonna fast pretty hard towards the end of the year though.
See, the one thing that I haven't cut out is I still have about 2 sodas a day. And then when I wake up, I have 2 Red Bulls every morning. So that's the next thing that I gotta cut. I don't think I'll cut the Red Bulls, but I think I'll end up cutting the soda, even though it's only 2 cans.
Well, 2 cans of soda is a whole meal.
Well, it's better than the fucking 2 liter I used to drink. And I'm not going to use the justification of, oh, well, I'm working, I can eat whatever the fuck I want, which is kind of true, but it'll have more of an effect if I'm working and I'm fucking dieting at the same time. I don't know. We'll see once the fucking hot weather hits. Once the hot weather hits, I might have a different opinion.
Yeah, I had a buddy that he get a can of Diet Coke and a Snickers bar. And he said, well, the one eliminates the other. I'm like, that math just don't math.
See, I like chocolate. I still eat chocolate. I like
Oh,
the
yeah.
the Lindors. The Lindors are fucking good. I found these new Napoleon ones and I put them in the freezer and they're fucking delicious. Oh, and Denny, you gotta get some of this shit, dude. You have to get some of this.
Oh, I just bought some of that. I haven't tried it yet.
It's fucking amazing.
What, I'm writing an email.
Bachman's Japanese barbecue sauce, sweet and spicy. It's fucking delicious.
Yeah, I've been meaning to try that actually, but I've been like on an anti-barbecue thing for like 18 months.
Oh, man cannot live without barbecue.
Oh, not barbecue per se, barbecue sauce.
Oh, okay.
So like, yeah. I mean, I still gotta have my ribs and my brisket.
You just use a dry rub.
Yeah, or like a Texas style,
Real barbecue.
yeah, like something understated that's meant to bring out the flavor of the meat and not taste like a fucking McRib,
Yeah. You're talking about a binder and an actual flavor profile.
Yeah.
Oh, there he goes. The devil got him.
He didn't pay his internet bill. Yeah, I used to mess with people too. I'd say, they say, what meeting are you going to tonight? I'd say, we're going to a Sex Anonymous meeting. We're going to wait outside and catch the
Wait for
relapse.
some relapsers.
Yep.
Oh, yeah. So, I used to do a really bad thing. I shouldn't even say this, but I used to do something that was really fucking frowned upon. So I used to go to this meeting out in Florida, and it was at a hall. It was at an Alano club, and immediately after our meeting, within 15 or 20 minutes, there would be a GA meeting in that room.
Right.
Every once in a while, I would bring a set of dice, and I would leave the dice on the table.
Oh, you asshole.
I used to do some fucked up shit.
I thought you were going to tell me you leave a scratch off or two laying on the table.
I wouldn't go that far. That would be a true dick move, but I definitely did that a couple of times.
Damn.
Left some dice on the fucking table.
I love it too. You'll be in a meeting and there'll be a mysterious bottle show up in the trash can in the bathroom. And you're like, okay, well, who's ever it is? And everybody's like, ain't mine. Look, there's 12 of us here. Somebody had to put it there.
Yeah.
And you can't leave it here for the church because the church will get pissed off.
Oh, yeah. That'll get your ass thrown out of a fucking organization real quick hosting your meetings.
Yeah, we used to get in arguments with churches and whatnot because we always pay our own way. And they're like, no, we don't want your money. Well, we don't care what you do with it, but we got to pay our own way.
Yeah, no free rides.
Whatever you think it's worth to you, put it in the basket or put it on your books or whatever you want to do with it. Just don't put it in your pocket.
Yep. Shit, the one meeting that I go to every once in a while, I used to go there all the time, but they're so big they rent out a fucking banquet hall every week.
Shit.
Yeah, it's literally the biggest meeting in the United States held every Monday.
In Florida?
No, it's out here in Illinois. They have 450 home group members.
Good Lord. That's gotta be up by Chicago or something.
It's pretty good. It's a Chicago suburb.
Okay.
But a lot of fucking people. Like, there's an insane amount of fucking people. We used to rent out, and this was back when I actually was involved with the meeting, like, an actual member. We used to rent out a fucking gymnasium every Monday night, and it was there for, fuck, I want to say like 20 years, 15 years. It had to be 20 or more. But yeah, they after COVID, we lasted maybe like a year and a half after COVID, and then they finally said that they wanted their gymnasium back on Monday nights, and we were like, okay, no problem. So they ended up going and renting out a banquet hall. Got a pretty good deal. I mean, the insurance on the fucking gymnasium was $1,000 a month, so
Yeah.
it was actually kind of cheaper for us to rent out a banquet hall.
Well, still, that's one hell of a home unit. 450 members.
Yeah, it's like I said, it's the biggest meeting held weekly in the States. It's a big fucking meeting. Dominic says, from your personal experience, Chuck and Jamie, how many are mandated to go to group meetings? It changes, it depends on what meeting you go to. If you go to club meetings, which, are pretty prevalent in most places, I don't know, if you got a group of 30 people, you might get like 5 people in there. Sometimes it's more. It really just depends on the demographic of the meeting and where they're located.
Yeah. It depends what judge they get and whatnot, too.
Yeah. Yep.
I ask guys because men that usually get mandated to go to, whether because they're drinking or abuse, aren't really sincere yet. They haven't grown up yet.
Yeah, it's a nudge from the judge. It's not really a personal decision.
So
Well,
Chuck?
I was going to say, I remember, we would get our paper pushers filtered through there, that were court ordered. And then all of a sudden, after about 3 months, we realized we wasn't getting no papers. So we went to the courthouse to talk to the judges to see what the problem was. And they're like, there was a new batch of judges, and they didn't realize that there were still options out there.
Yeah, that happens. New regime comes in, policies change, different viewpoints, different standards. A lot of a lot of the courts. So it's always been like an underlying, agreement, like an off the books agreement. We don't have an agreement with courthouses. We don't
Correct.
typically work directly with courthouses. Uh, they just kind of know, okay? You can mandate it, like whatever the judge deems necessary, you can mandate it. But here's the thing. So when you get someone that needs a paper signed, first of all, legally, you can't really reference it. Okay, so it's stated that you get the signature from the chairperson. Typically, a chairperson rotates, and if the chairperson doesn't show up, how do you know that that chairperson doesn't show up for that week? And it's like the law of large averages. So you get a group of people, and let's say you got 30 people that's bringing the judge, your paperwork that says that you were at the meeting. So you're a judge, you look at the fucking paperwork, and usually the clerk does this. And the only reason why I know this process is because I had to learn it. So judge looks at the paperwork, says, okay, this amount of signatures matches up, this amount of signatures don't. Like certain people sign their own papers, certain people go out of town to fucking get meetings. Like certain people drive probably 100 miles, some of them I've heard. But there's no real way to reference it. So the judges don't actually know. Like you could literally sign your own fucking paper or have some bum on the street sign your own fucking paper. There's no real way to reference it, besides them going over the paperwork in its entirety in the local area and saying, hey, these people went to this meeting and there's 2 different signatures on the paper. So the judge kind of gets an inkling that, you didn't really go to the fucking meeting. But like I said, there's no real way to reference it because we don't work directly with them.
Correct.
But how many of them actually that have to be mandated are really sincere about their approach of better healthy living? Most of them aren't. I'm actually just asking a question I kind of already know. The ones that actually sign up, sorry, Jimmy, the ones that sign up and they want to do it on their own, they're actually there to help steward their vessel now. The rest of them, they're only doing it because they're told to do it.
Well, you're partially right. So sometimes a nudge from the judge is like that. Like I'll definitely give you that. But other times there's a couple of cases that they might have got a nudge from the judge, and once they came into a meeting, whether it be under threat of arrest or under threat of prosecution, some people adjust their stance on the situation, and sometimes a seed is planted, and they understand through seeing the meeting work in people's lives and seeing the steps work in people's lives, and maybe they don't get it right away, but the seed is planted and later on they come around. That happens quite typically.
It could. Now, let's expand the mandate now, because you guys only went towards the court. Your wife or your husband's going to leave you. Your boss is basically saying this is your last day at work. That's a different type of mandate. The court system, that's a snail trail. So the guy that actually, or woman, that figures drinking's got the best of me. My carb addiction's got the best of me. My habit of drinking Red Bull has got the best of me. It's all the same. People just transfer their addiction. They transfer their addiction to something else. And I've talked to you, Chuck, about this before.
Yeah.
What's pulling all of that? Most people never address it. It's part of being mature and growing up as an adult. What's really pulling all of that?
It's the human condition. I mean,
okay, I'm with you, Jim. But what is it? The mental?
You get to the point. It centers in the mind.
Okay,
it
so when you go to
centers in the mind.
So when people go to recovery, it could be any type of recovery. What are they covering up?
A hopeless state of mind and body.
Go ahead. Sorry. Say, Jimmy. Go ahead.
A hopeless state of mind and body.
Okay, so what's? I won't beat around the bush. It's an underdeveloped emotion.
Correct.
That's
it's clearly defined. If you read Step 1 in the 12 Steps and 12 Traditions book, it's clearly defined as a maladjustment to life.
Yes, and I'm with you on that. That's why when people move from the BART group to the AA group, For a lot of them, what they're trying to do is they're trying to explore what's wrong with me, or why am I angry at the world? Why am I angry with myself? That's an emotion. And for most alcoholics, it is about anger. Once they address that, they can call it an awakening. It's called about being mature. You're starting to grow up a little bit, regardless of how old you are, how tall you are, how many jobs you've had. Most people are still children in those vessels.
Right. You're 100% right. So the definition of spiritual is the relating to moral feelings, and most people immediately assimilate that with religion. But what it really is, is what you're saying with the maturity level. So whenever we're using a substance or whatever, insert whatever issue you have, whenever you're using something to escape the uncomfortability of living life on life's terms, you're not growing in effectiveness. You're going through things, but you're not growing through anything. So essentially what you're doing is you're ceasing the maturity rate in your own body. So if you're not, adjusting to life and learning how to be an adult, then you're always constantly at a disadvantage. And then you get to a point where it might not be addictive when it starts off, but it's progressive. And anything that's negative, it always has a starting point, and then it progresses into something that's creating more problems than it's solving. So if I drink to, get the stress off from work or get the stress off from my life, it might have started out as non-alcoholic drinking, but then you cross the line into addiction. And this is where the age-old argument comes, were you born an alcoholic? Did you develop alcoholism? Like, is it hereditary? There's a lot of argument against that. And the only thing that I can say is, what does it matter if you were born an alcoholic or developed alcoholism? You're an alcoholic now, and you have, all the traits of it. And there's already been a proven program that works. So if you want to try it. And if you don't, well, keep on going until the end, and let me know if you figure out a different way.
Part of the human condition, well done, by the way, Jamie. Part of the human condition, we consume everything. So at this point, a person that fasted long enough, you realize how much you've been addicted to substance for your body. It shouldn't just be limited to drinking, let alone weed or chemical release from sex. It's all a consumption. Now, if a person can balance that, and that's more or less take the sweet with the sour, balance the negative with the positive, like a cycle, then a person is actually somewhat growing up. But for most people, they isolate things. It's about drinking. Okay, it could be about drinking, but it's not completely about drinking. It's about my smoking. It could be about smoking, but it's usually not about smoking. Again, that's the game that we play with each other. Go ahead, Chuck.
I was just saying, drinking is but a symptom.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, it's all just symptoms.
Yes. Again, like I said, if people fast long enough, they'll realize how their body actually craves something. And same with, think about online. We consume information online. Everything's a consumption to us. And then people get angry with each other online. I'm like, so you don't really know how to handle your emotional and mental capacity?
Information overload.
It can be, Chuck, but for most people aren't developed enough to take that information. So I'm questioning why they would even be somewhere. Like, I want to bungee jump, but I'm kind of scared. Then why do you bungee jump then? What are you trying to overcome, or something else, I guess, at that point?
Yeah, the trade-off and compensation, the balance.
This way people can have a better understanding with themselves and empathy and clarity when they hear somebody, I'm trying to quit drinking or smoking or overeating. This is how we show empathy with each other. But for most people, they personally have to experience it themselves before they can actually show empathy with other people. It doesn't necessarily, especially on a spiritual level, you don't really have to experience it. You just have to be empathetic enough.
Well, you know what the hard thing is, I find a lot of the time is, like when me and Chuck were talking about like the high bottom alcoholic, low bottom alcoholic, and that some people don't want to call themselves alcoholics or drug addicts because they always go to the low bottom, guy with the trench coat and the fucking bottle of Boone's Farm. Like, there's different variations. There's different variations of what, an alcoholic is. And the funny thing is, like, so there was a talk by a guy that used to sponsor me. Really, really, like, this dude was slick with his program, and he used to play this game called let's build an alcoholic. And he'd have this tube and he'd have a bunch of pieces of paper and he'd say, what makes an alcoholic? And they would say, oh, inferiority complex. And then they'd say, oh, maladjustment. And they'd say selfishness and self-centeredness. And they say all these things. And the one thing that nobody really ever said in the meeting was alcohol. Like everyone would leave that off the table, like it was always a non-starter, like it was always automatic that you would add in alcohol. But the funny thing is, that's not the reason why they're not saying alcohol, is because everyone understands within that meeting, provided they have enough experience with alcoholism, that alcoholism is like the nothing part of the situation. Like, that's just our solution to our problems. The alcoholic is a mind frame. Alcoholism is a mind frame.
I guess, Jamie, I would have to say then, who's really the alcoholic? The body? Like who's dependent?
It's a twofold knowledge.
It's two parts. It's so the way that it's defined in the book is a physical craving, a physical allergy. Once I take one in, I have little control, if any control, over the amount that I take in. Or two, the mental obsession that even when I'm not drinking, I am thinking about drinking, and I'm missing it. And what a lot of people don't understand is if, like, when it talks in, I think it's the doctor's opinion or more about alcoholism, it talks about someone staying sober for a year, trying to put it down for a year. So you might be able to put it down for a year, whether it be in spite of a situation or whether it be a personal willpower challenge. But at the end of that year, any logical person looking at that situation for that year, if they haven't filled it with other things to counteract what, alcoholism fulfilled for them, then it's just out and out torture. And most of the time, they didn't have a life worth living in that year. So they easily understand that, yeah, I could put the alcohol down, but it's just a symptom of a deeper problem. And even without the alcohol in my body, I'm still an alcoholic. I still suffer from alcoholism. And unless you treat those other, mitigating factors, then you don't get any relief. And if you don't do that, that's one of the most torturous things that you could do to a person, is to take away alcohol. Because at least, like me and Chuck were saying, at least if I was drinking, I would get some relief at some of the time. As fucked up as that is to say, that's true.
Yeah, they're chasing, it's an anticipation. That's where the dopamine comes from. So I'll put it in a different way. Who's the addict? The body or the mind?
Both.
Both.
It doesn't matter if it's alcohol, drugs, sex, gambling. It's all centered in the body as well as the mind. There is physical attributes of it, and there's always mental attributes of it. The physical attributes. Yeah, it's the same shit.
Okay, so where's the term called exoteric when they talk mind over matter?
So when you're getting into something that's existentialism or exoteric, what you're talking about, I'd have to reference the big book and say, when it comes to willpower, it says specifically when it comes to willpower, it's of no avail to the alcoholic, because if we could have willed ourselves to stop drinking, we would stop drinking. It has to come from a power greater than ourselves, which is spirituality.
That's why I'm
a
saying
spiritual
mind,
basis of existence.
That's why I'm saying mind over matter. You're not the mind. You're using the
logic is going to sober us up.
It's no working.
It's no working.
It's no working. Your mind and your body are not separated. When you accept that, that's what can give you some semblance of influence. Is to let go of the illusion of control. Then you can create habits, and that will change your body. So that's the mind's power over the body, is subjective. But with that subjective knowledge, you can observe and influence. And that's what can give you true change over time, is by creating and developing healthier habits to replace, or I would even say layer on top of your older negative ones.
But if you don't deal with the inner problems that caused you to get there in the first place, you're going to end up drunk again.
I'm with you, Dennison. If I was talking brain over matter, mind over matter, where are thoughts? Where do they come from? Where do they go? Where are they stored? It's called the mind. What humans use is called the brain. So, like I said, mind over. Okay, again, this is about thoughts and consciousness, the language of it. I get you're sharing something, Dennison, but I'm trying to share something with you that most people erroneously misguide themselves. I'm talking about mind over matter here. I'm not talking about the brain. So the mind does not exist. Okay, go ahead, guys. You can carry on.
I don't think you can. You aren't the source of your own thoughts. So your mind is what observes your thoughts.
You're saying the word mind. There's the illusion of control. The mind is not you. You're using what's called the mind. You're in the mind. Mint, man, whatever word you want to use to replace it. You're the receiver of information from the mind. It's funny how people, when they speak, they don't realize they actually take ownership to something that doesn't belong to them. It's like thoughts. They don't belong to me. I'm stewarding a vessel. And how I steward that vessel will determine where I am consciously. Christ conscious, if you want to get technical. So when people say, I'm the mind, no different than I am the body, well, then who runs it when you're asleep? Who's running it right now? See, this is where people don't have that discernment part. They think it's the same. It's not the same. That's why they haven't matured yet. It's called awareness.
Yeah, but the terminology is the opposite.
Again, Dennis, I'm so desperately trying to use an English language that has a meaningful connotation to it. If I wanted to, maybe if I can learn Greek, then I'm talking more comprehension language. Again, the fact that you're speaking about it, Dennis, just ponder it. That's all I'm asking you to do. The fact that you're quickly saying, well, it's this and that, I'm like, you got conditioned, did you not? The language you're using right now, you've been conditioned.
Okay, I mean, no offense, buddy, but it's because I've already pondered it for 40 years. And
well
it's the brain where the thoughts come from, and the mind is the subjective viewer. And just in my opinion, but I'm certain you're correct and I'm wrong.
Thank you, Dennis. No, it's not about being correct, but thank you, Dennis. I appreciate that.
So what I would say on the situation...
My name isn't Dennis.
Calm down, Dennis.
Old Joe.
So what I would say on the situation is this. Even though you're using the English language falls short of perfection. We will never be able to perfectly define and refine the human existence, because if we did, we'd be God. The only thing that I can say as far as the mind and the brain, it says in this book that I use as a textbook been used for the last 90 years, and the first 164 pages have been unchanged since its writing. What works for me doesn't have to work for other people. There's not a patent on sobriety. There's not a patent on recovery. If people can find other ways to do so, they are free to. But this happens to be a collective of thoughts and opinions and life experience from other people that are afflicted like I am, that I relate to. And it doesn't have to work for everybody, but it works for me. And if people try it, then it works for them, that's great. And if they find another way, that's also great too. Like, there's no patent on this recovery thing. If people find other ways to do it, that's awesome. But for me personally, this is the only thing that's ever worked for me. I'm not saying that something else couldn't work for me. It's just, this is the path that I found, and this is the path that I choose.
Remarkable.
We'll always strive for perfection, but most of us miss the mark for perfection, because it's just really not it's just something that won't happen, and I don't expect to. And when I try and strive for perfection, I only see failure. And when I concentrate on the failure, I don't really get much progress. And that's why it's said in How It Works, we strive for progress, not perfection.
Yeah, even when they was writing this book, with Dr. Silkworth and Dr. Young, Carl Young,
Yep.
were big influence into this program. And
Oh,
they,
thank you, Jesus.
oh, I thought my hearing was going out. Much better now.
Oh no, it's
Right?
my air conditioner.
Ah, I forgot where I was going with that now.
William D. Silkworth and Carl Jung.
But even they concluded that alcoholics of our type wasn't much hope for them unless they experienced that thing of a spiritual experience in their life. And
Yep.
these are coming from MDs or PhDs, whatever they were at the time.
Well, Carl Jung was pretty. He was pretty into woo woo. That's where he and
I'm,
that's
I'm
where he
always
and
down for
Freud
some
often.
woo.
Yeah, that's where he and Freud often clashed.
Yeah, he endorsed the woo. Which I think that there's a need for the woo. Like I think that there's a need for it
I mean,
in this specific section. You know.
for the normies, yeah,
What's a
they
normie?
can't do without it. The person who like needs the supernatural to exist in order to function, among other things.
So you're saying like me and Jamie, we need the supernatural?
To a point.
I'm understanding you.
I don't know. Do you?
I don't know if it's supernatural or not. I'll let you know when I get on the other side. I just know
Yeah,
without.
I mean, I don't know either, but I don't have the presumption. Like it's isn't necessary. Like
Is
all
it
I can do is.
Yeah, I agree with you.
Go ahead.
No, I was saying I often pondered that question: is it necessary? Myself.
It's like anything else. I take what I can and I leave the rest. I don't have a perfect understanding of the supernatural. I don't have a perfect understanding of God. All I know is I'm not it. I know that I have limited amount of control over what happens in my life, even when I plan for it, and that if I hyper focus on it too much, it'll lead me into bad places. So I try not to hyper focus on it. I try and just go.
Uh, yeah,
Yeah,
like
because I used to be a
I
perfectionist when I was thinking. Go
Well,
ahead,
yeah,
Dave.
and it was a driving factor because most of the time we only really we only really focused on what we failed on, which stopped us from expanding and doing bigger and better things because we thought we would fail. Fear of success, fear of failure. Fuck both of them.
I don't know. Um, I have a lot of ideas, but my experience has taught me that usually it's something that I hadn't thought of. But I just think of it like this, like when Laplace made his model for the solar system and Napoleon asked him why God wasn't in the model. He just said, I just didn't need it. I mean, he said probably more Frenchy, like, je n'avais pas besoin de cette, hypothesis, some shit like that. But the model works for me without that woo woo stuff. And it doesn't take anything away from it either. Like, to me, the woo cheapens it. The fact that it's much more intricate, complicated, and integrated into nature is far more impressive and fascinating.
Did you know that sometimes Denison's my higher power?
You sunk to a new low.
He is from time to time. He's a guiding force from time to time.
Chuck
Okay,
doesn't even
well,
know. Like he hasn't seen any of those streams.
No, I'm not even talking about
Very
streams. I'm talking about like some of
very
the asshole
few
comments that you've made and guided my decision.
very few have heard the Discord sessions.
Yeah, that's true. It's because all the younglings were killed by someone. Because Anakin killed them all. So there's this guy named God Soja.
oh,
And,
yes. We know God so good.
No,
No.
so Dennison said, "Why are you such a horrible person sometimes?" And then just didn't say anything the rest of the show. And I was like, "This motherfucker," because he knew what he said and he knew why he said it, and so did I. And I was like, this son of a bitch is like a bad sponsor. Okay. So he knows that I'm trying to work with people, and he knows that I'm trying to help people, and he sees this alcoholic motherfucker, and he's like trying to push me to get him to, like sit down and have a conversation with him, and treat him like a human being, even though I don't want to treat him like a human being because I don't see him as a human being. So I sit and I think about this for like a couple hours, and I say, you know what? All right, the next time the fucking crazy son of a bitch is live, I'm gonna go to his live and I'm gonna try and help him. And what happens? But I go to his fucking live stream. I end up spending like fucking 9 hours of my time fucking talking to the guy. And I don't know if I got through to him at all. But yeah, fuck you, Dennison. Fuck you.
I remember when I asked you and Steph, just as a personal favor to me, just to pretend to be nice to Lauren for like, I don't even know what it was, like some project or something.
And what did I say?
I mean, I don't remember exactly, but you know, it was somewhere along the lines of, "Yeah, you can fuck right off and go fuck yourself."
That sounds like sound advice.
Yeah, that's pretty much word for word what I said. I think I said, go fuck yourself.
Yeah, I mean, Steph kind of told me the same thing, but ironically, I got farther with her. You were not having it.
No. Still won't.
With an individual, is that what you're talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah, Lauren De Laguna.
Oh, De La Tuna.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, this was before she was famous, though.
I knew her before she was famous.
As a matter of fact, this is when she was launching her campaign to get on the whatever podcast and meet Destiny. It was literally that same week.
Oh my God.
I was working on a documentary that she was supposed to be like the,
So how did the film turn out?
I remember talking to the family involved, and I can't remember if like me and Duchess and the producer like made the decision to not go ahead with how Lauren was handling it. I can't remember exactly how it played out, but ultimately it became the production staff working on their own version of the documentary versus Lauren, and she like threatened to sue and all this shit. And of course, the family didn't really have any connection with Lauren, you know, so they were more willing to go along with our side. And then the dude producing it, he I can't remember exactly what it was, but I put a bunch of work into like creating a timeline of events, and he like just found a way to kick Duchess and I off of it. So I don't know if he like
Are you talking about
finished.
Henry?
Yeah,
Oh yeah.
I don't know if he. I don't know if he like finished like doing it on his own after that.
Well, I thought that those two actually ended up splitting apart somewhere along the way.
Yeah, this was after that.
Okay.
They had a huge. Oh yeah, and that's what drove it. They had a huge falling out. Um, and so then it was like production staff versus Lauren. Um, I tried to accommodate both parties, but Lauren just became increasingly more demanding and less reasonable simultaneously. Like it's one thing if you're going to be more demanding, but then you're going to pay me and talk to me like I'm an employee. It's another thing if you're like you're just going to be a raging bitch and then still, you know, talk to me like I'm your homie, or even worse, talk to me like I'm a piece of shit. Like
She's a fucking
you
psycho.
can't not pay you can't not pay me and then expect me to like do a job. I'm not like, yeah, you know, we've had fun like creating stuff together and this is fun. And I'm willing to share that with you, including any like benefits that come from it. But I'm not like a fan, you know what I mean? Like I'm not going to dedicate my life to making you a popular person on the internet and spend my free time, you know, like pushing the Laura de Laguna brand. That's not what I signed up for. In like the I like I'm a co-creator. I'm not your fucking assistant.
Someone's
And
got resentment.
the topic was like my topic, you know, and the content was personal to me, so I was in for it. And she knew that. Like we collaborated on some legal shit too because you know, I'm a law nerd and I'm into that shit. But like and then she like thought it was, well, she probably did think everybody around her is to serve her purpose. That's kind of how she
She's
acts.
a fucking psycho. By the way,
I mean, whatever you want to call it, the girl has issues.
Oh, welcome to the Dusty Raiders.
And big tits. I'm not talking about anybody.
What's up, Tootie? What's up, Orthodox guy? Hello, everybody from the Dusty side. Angry Casper, keep it short.
Then eventually, like Henry did the same thing with us, and so I don't know if he ever finished that shit. I'm kind of curious now.
Yeah, you should go track her down. She stopped coming into the weird panels.
Not her. It would have been Henry.
I want to say no.
We were talking about Laura de Laguna.
Oof, done.
Dusty, how did it go? Arguing with Speakeasy. Anxious to know.
Did they have a quote debate end quote?
I think it was more of a yelling match, and Speakeasy held up a pair of shoes and pretended like one pair of Jordans is something to hang your head on, I guess.
Yeah, but was it supposed to be a debate? Like one of those.
I think it was an impromptu discussion.
Oh, so like a drama sesh?
Yeah. Status quo. Oh man. I think Dusty and OG should join the panel. Just this is.
All right, well, I got some emails I gotta send before
Headphones up.
I go to
Let me set
bed. I'm not
headphones
really
up.
tired yet.
So I was trying to switch to headphones.
Going to bed, Denny?
I mean, I should, but I'm not tired yet. I don't know how quickly that's gonna come. I slept late today. It was the first morning without pain in like 4 days.
Chuck, how much longer are you going to be up? Oh, Chuck died.
There's your answer. Good night, Chuck.
Hello, I'm back. I was trying to get my headphones working. I'm sorry. I'm back.
Damn, he's back with a vengeance.
Too loud?
Say it out loud. I'm Chuck and I'm proud.
Let me cut it. Oh, yeah, it's way up there.
Orthodox guy, are you going to do a live stream tonight?
He already did one.
Well, he
Where the
usually
hell were
does
you?
multiple.
He did 2 so far
Yeah, he
today.
did like 2.
Well, I'm trying to figure out whether the third time's going to be the charm.
Mm.
I mean, I try like very hard not to hear 10th Man. Like very hard.
Do you guys not get along?
No, it's not that we don't get along. It's just that I typically don't get like very much enjoyment out of listening to retarded people.
That's not true.
Well, okay, let me rephrase this. There's no money to be made dealing with that retard, so I'm out.
You deal with me, so that's not true either.
You're not retarded.
Who says?
I'm both retarded and antithetical to money.
You are not retarded. There's
I
some
am
people.
both retarded and like a black hole from which money cannot escape.
Yeah, but
From which
see,
profit cannot escape.
There's a trade-off. Like I don't get from 10th Man what I get from you. If I did, I would talk to 10th Man. I don't get anything.
You're talking about the blowjobs.
Yeah, the blowjobs. Yes, absolutely the blowies.
So, are you saying Denny gives you blowjobs? Is that what you're saying?
It's mutual.
Is it still a 69 if it's 2 dudes?
Yes. I mean, he knows how to grab the balls just right before the launch. So,
Well, your balls.
Yeah, obviously. I don't know how you would grab. I don't know how you would grab your balls if I had the cock and balls both in my mouth simultaneously. I don't know how that would work. I
don't like my balls grabbed.
Well, see, I'm not grabbing them with a hand and putting them in my mouth.
Oh,
There's a difference.
I don't like that.
I didn't. It's not all about you.
Perhaps Dom can explain um, how the mind over matter can work if the mind has no agency.
Check backstage.
all right. 1 second. I was trying to fix a cup of coffee. Let me get back over here. Ah.
He's psyching you out. There's nothing back there.
I think Dom is ignoring you, Denny.
Well,
No, I'm just hearing you guys. I'm enjoying what you guys are sharing.
You want me to play this?
not sure how I should react to that.
Tootie Bug said check backstage, so I was just relaying the message.
Yeah, there's nothing back there.
I don't know. She's the one that said it. Ask her.
Yeah, but you have access to the private chat.
No. I don't think that. I wasn't referencing him to check the private chat. I was referencing to check and see if he had somebody else in the backstage that was waiting to get on panel.
Yeah, I don't see anybody.
Oh, okay. Then you're good.
They didn't pay their $100 entrance fee.
Oh, well then fuck him. No $100.
If it-
No, you know.
I really halfway expect Soldier Boy to show up.
Soldier Boy.
Or
Hey.
God Soldier, whatever his name is.
You want me to
Usually-
put out the retard signal?
No.
I
He
can.
usually finds me. That's the only reason I said that.
I could definitely tell him that you're looking for him.
No. We don't need the bat signal.
In fact, I'm going to do that right now.
Oh, Lord. I'll just pretend this bottle of water is a bottle of whiskey. What'd I do to piss you off?
Okay, there you go. The message was sent.
Well, probably end up with Josh and his lipstick.
I don't know who's on his panel. I'm going to see who's on his panel. Oh, he has June on his panel. June's actually pretty funny. Very well read on the Bible and pretty funny.
Oh, is he live?
Yeah.
Oh, shit. Sorry about that. I had to teach you to jump in the chair when I'm sitting down.
Snowfire. Yes, I agree. I agree. But I did my part. I did what I was supposed to do as a human being. And past that, I am not responsible.
Oh, what's up, Austin? I hope you're having a good day or night, evening, whatever the hell it is.
What'd you say, Denny?
I'm supposed to be ordering a headset.
Yeah, so I don't have to hear a fucking echo. That's definitely what you should be doing.
Oh, is that where the echo was coming from? Was him?
Yeah.
Oh, that would explain it. Leave it to Denny to fuck it up.
Yep. Oh, fuck.
I feel you.
I'm surprised I'm still awake.
Oh, it's a little later than I thought it was. I didn't realize we'd been at it this long. Once again, I do thank you for coming by.
Anytime. Concrete.
The only,
New customer.
only thing missing was Josh's lipstick.
Josh's lipstick. Oh my god. Fucking dude is wildly insane. Austin, I didn't know you were a concrete guy.
Concrete? I thought he was a carpenter. What do I know? Or construction.
Well, apparently he was pouring concrete all day. Oh, you're not.
He must be working construction then. I hated concrete with a passion.
Concrete's a fucking pain in the balls. Fuck concrete. I'm a mason, but I fucking hate concrete. Unless I got people that are actual fucking finishers.
Well, it sounded like you did the right thing though, Austin. Looked like you made it to your home group. That's a good thing.
Hell yeah.
When in doubt, surrender. Because I found that when I tried to take charge, bad results happened at the time. So I could.
Well, see, Tootie, the beautiful part about me is I ain't worried about concrete getting in my hair.
No hair, you don't have to worry about it. See, there's your solution, Denny. Cut all your hair off. You don't have to worry about getting your ears wet in the shower.
I did already.
See, we can come up with
shaved
a
my head the other day.
solution.
I even shaved my beard off.
I didn't know you had one.
Oh yeah, 7 years.
Ah,
Sounds to me like Denny's been hitting some meetings too.
either that or you found a female to hook up with. You know, a female to fix all your problems.
Or make them worse.
Yeah, the one was at the 13th step. That always fixed everything.
Shout out to the 13th
Bro.
step. Shout out to that.
That's the first step for me. Women are my DOC.
Yeah. That's most of us. Helping a friend build his neighbor's house. It's going to be huge. It's good money. Well, shit, as long as the money's there, I'm there. I don't give a fuck. I'll do anything. It doesn't, there's not really much in construction that I can't do. The only two things that I really don't fucking even dabble in, I don't do fucking plumbing, and I don't do fucking electrical. In any way, shape, or form.
That's a shit ton of money you're leaving on the table there.
Yeah, no, I'm good. That's money that other people can do. I'm okay with that.
Electrical's
Why not?
okay. You just have to respect it.
Yeah, no, I'm good.
No, but like we literally don't understand how electricity works, so you can count me out on that.
Yeah, I want nothing to do with electrical. I want nothing to do with plumbing. Don't want nothing burning down.
I found out
and
the
I don't like
hard
flood
and
damage.
painful way. I found out the hard and painful way that CRT monitors retain energy after they're unplugged.
Mhm.
After that experience, I was done with electricity for life.
Yep, you got to
But
release them.
plumbing is easy. Plumbing is easy, quick money. It's you don't go replacing people's pipes and shit. You go and fix old ladies' dishwashers and fucking
No, I'm good.
see why the refrigerator is running.
Nope, I want nothing to do with it.
Like 20 fucking minutes, $200.
Yeah, dump companies and fucking foreclosure clean out, shit like that. I would definitely do that in a heartbeat. All you need is a fucking truck and a dump trailer. Make thousands of dollars a day.
You already got a dump trailer.
I don't even want to speculate.
Maybe I do, maybe I don't. You'll never know. And I won't do it.
Not elected.
The hell?
The devil's got him again. We can't hear shit he's saying.
Yeah, you better order that mic.
You can do side bends or sit-ups, but please don't lose that butt.
See?
Is he,
Told you.
is he talking to you, Jamie?
Yeah, he's talking about my ass.
Damn, I didn't know he went that way.
He does, only for me.
Ah, you special.
Oh, yeah. Got a nice ass.
There was another one, those a group of incels. Well, I drink because I can't find a woman.
Bullshit.
Wait, you drink because you can't get a woman?
Yeah, there'd be people come
That's
in.
backwards. The women are what drive you to drink. Those people are doing it all wrong.
Motherfuckers that say shit like that, you know, that you can't find women. Those are the motherfuckers that don't work and understand, like, work boots brings bitches.
Work boots brings bitches. Either
Yep.
that or closing time at the tavern to get you a bitch too.
That works, but see, that's when your choices are very limited.
You wake up in the morning, you start gnawing your arm off because you don't want to wake it up.
Yeah.
Or you can be a dumbass like me and leave the hotel receipt on top of the TV at home.
Casper, I told you to keep it short. Yeah, this is not keeping it short. This is non-compliance.
We found something we will never agree on, Jamie. And what is it you guys disagree about?
I don't know, a lot. It's easier in a shorter list for me to say what we agree on.
Than what you disagree about. Gotcha.
Right. Yeah. It's one of those situations.
Who is more brave to come out in public? Denizen or incel or a gay man?
What's an incel, Chuck?
To me, an incel is a person that doesn't even attempt because they're afraid of being turned down by a woman. That's just my simple outlook on it. They think they can't.
You know that's the exact opposite of what the word means, right?
Is it? Well, educate me.
Well, it's short for involuntary celibate. That's someone who wants to be with someone but can't get with someone.
Well, that's basically
like
what I
not
was.
up to them at all. It's involuntary.
Oh. So you're saying
Good night, Austin.
You're saying the women reject them.
Correct.
And that's how they become gay.
No, I think that's more or less how they become trans.
I don't see a lot of that. Maybe. I don't see a lot of incels becoming gay. Gays are usually promiscuous.
This is true. And Tootie Bug, so
And
like that's the old school way of saying it, and I salute you for coming to the same conclusion that's logical.
The hell is she?
I don't think. If she's talking about incels, I don't think that's accurate because there's plenty of dudes who are successful, but they're completely invisible or unattractive to women.
Well, we're not saying wholesale losers, okay? Like everybody's got something, but in the aspect of getting women, they're losers.
Well, I mean, but only in that aspect, not by any other metric, including what women want. Like they could have money, They could be stable. Women don't really care about looks like as nearly as much as men do.
Well, just in case they're fixated on the looks. How you doing? How you doing?
I think that was your call there, Denizen. You guys need a room backstage?
No, I'll fuck him right here in the living room.
Oh, shit. Just don't get it on the
Casper,
coffee table.
Casper, if you're going to speak to me, come on the panel and speak to me. Don't whisper from the bleachers.
Yeah, Casper, let's black pill, deep throat Jamie. No pause.
I mean, yeah, you know, there's a better way to say that.
But I said it how I wanted to say it.
Well, whatever, just
I
as
know
long
you've
as I
done
get
it
something
before.
black.
It'd be interesting because, yeah, Casper is, he's way more formidable than even his opponents realize.
Let me put on my serious face.
That is not your serious face. That's your gimp mask.
Serious face has been activated. Bring it.
You might as well be wearing nothing else but a cotton ball tail and that fucking mask. That's essentially what you're advertising is it's time for gay sex now. It doesn't say,
Well,
it's
Wow.
time for my professorial opinion.
Well, just so you know, the fuzzy tail can be added. That's $sign Ebony loves me. That's all uppercases, no spaces. Ebony with a V, not a B. Send your money to Jamie, and we'll work out the tail.
Jamie, I couldn't help but
Yes,
notice
sir.
your dog. It has no tail. Jamie, what happened to your dog's tail?
Oh, RLM's here now. You got competition.
No, we compliment one another. We're not competition. We're not in competition. Because
What
we all
say
know I
you?
win. I don't know why Soldier didn't come over here. This is starting to irritate me.
All you need now is your pony, Jamie. You
Well,
gotta.
I mean, buy me a pony.
I
That
got
motherfucker.
I got a My Little Pony I can send you.
I think that son of a bitch blocked me on his channel.
Do you blame him?
Oh, that son of a bitch. Hold on, I'm gonna see. I'm gonna do a test.
They give those at the hospital.
He did. That fucking cocksucker.
Now, do you know for a fact that he's a sucker of cock?
Yes, he's very heavily in the closet. He's dug in like a Vietnamese Charlie. God Soldier, he is definitely in the closet. He is a homosexual.
That would not surprise me at all.
Yeah, it's not. It's my professional opinion.
He doesn't
Hence
set
the
off
heavy.
like alarm bells on my gaydar, like Andrew Wilson and who's the other guy, Max or Hormaxer.
Oh, Matei. Hormaxer.
No, Hormaxer.
Hormaxer. He's just a fucking creep all the way around.
Yes.
Yeah, but I knew he was gay before he came out, though.
Yeah, he's just a freak. I wouldn't even qualify him as gay. He's just like got issues.
A few, just a few.
A lot.
Can you imagine that dude showing up at one of your meetings, Jamie?
Yeah. It would be very hard for me. Like it's hallowed ground. Like I've met people in meetings that I knew back in the day that have ran off with thousands of dollars of my money and never paid it back. And I'll tell you right now, it takes me every bit of me not to knock the motherfucker out in a meeting when I see him. But hallowed ground, can't fucking do anything on hallowed ground.
I hear that. I've been ripped off from people in the meetings before.
Oh, see, that's a different story. If it happened while we're in the program together, oh yeah, I'll see you outside. Catch me outside, bitch. But as far as like stuff that happened, in a past life, nah, I can't. I don't bring that in meetings.
We had a few strippers showed up before.
Hell yeah. Shout out to the women's meeting. I wonder why
And
that
no,
cocksucker blocked me. I'm upset now.
you said something that upset him, apparently.
Well, now I'm gonna have to upset him on a different account.
Oh,
History. God, so jacked.
grazing, grazing cattle. I guess that's what we are right now.
I don't know why fucking Casper hasn't joined the panel. I guess he must be in fear of me.
He's got a respect for my channel. He just said he didn't want to bring the trash here.
Have you
But
looked
the
on panel?
but the main part of the show is over, so anybody's welcome up. We got out of the way what we
How
were.
dare you, sir?
I was referring to me, Dennison, but if you want to take that, that's okay.
And true, Casper. That's what I thought too. What's up, Carney? And clearly, there's a reason that he's wasted all the time. Clearly.
Casper, I'm going to have to ask you to please join the panel if you'd like to speak. I don't like people whispering from the benches. Let's go. Step out of the bleachers and get to the main stage, sir.
We'll come up here and whisper sweet nothings in Jamie's ear.
You're not laughing, you're crying inside. It's very clear, Casper.
Usually, when someone calls out Candyman, I get stripped. I'll get sniped for the next week. Fuck, I can't read. Well, according to him, he's laughing at you, Jamie, I guess.
Bet you he won't do it to my face on panel. Scary
They're
bitch.
scared of you? Is that what it is?
Scary bitches.
Might have something to do with the rabbit ears. I'm joking, but I'm not. You can't have it both ways. Clint says I'm scared of him too. You remind me of 10th. Oh, boy, that's a low blow
Now
there.
listen here, motherfucker. I was being real nice and hospitable and inviting you to the panel and making a joke about it, but you say some crazy shit like that again, we're gonna have some fucking problems, Casper. Got me?
So when he start referring to you as 10-2?
Motherfucker better say 6-7 or something. Don't you ever fucking call me 10th again. Fucking little
You
bitch.
remind me of him, not even the HD TV thing. Yeah, 2D, I'm lost too. I think it's a love. It's one of these love affairs.
Had to itch my back with the mask.
I was wondering what that was. I thought maybe Dennison's mic was acting up again.
No, I just got big arms. Can't reach certain points of my back.
I have that issue, but I've had 10 back surgeries that won't allow me to turn and bend that way.
Well, I'm a flexible cocksucker, so I could reach most spots, but some spots I just can't reach.
He got me. I had to tag him back with 10. You scared of me.
Angry Casper, I don't acknowledge what you're saying right now because you're not on a panel. I don't acknowledge you from the bleachers. You're in actual fear of hitting the panel. Now it's official.
Ladies and gentlemen, the scared man has appeared.
Oh, Jesus. Hi.
What's up, Casper?
Fucking
Do you know,
hide me.
do you know what was his name? Vibe. Vibe like called me out. I think Dennis saw that.
You're
That's
on
why he's
something
laughing.
totally different than what we're talking about.
Yeah, I am, because it's like, what, bro?
No, that's not why you came
are you
up
gonna
here.
josh me? Are you gonna josh
That's
me?
not why you came up here.
I'm so sorry I compared you to 10th man. But I was loud. And then you say you're scared of me. And the moment you said that my autistic weaponized autism was like, who else says this? Another gay guy. I'm like, I wonder if this is like a gay thing, like you scared of me. Is that like your culture thing? Like, geeks will say
Dude,
leave
that's
and
what-
move. Huh?
That's what 10th Man said to me, too.
I
I just
told you.
realized that. What
There's
is
a
with that
difference
shit?
between
You guys
a
are
gay
like-
guy that has all of his teeth and a gay guy that doesn't have all of his teeth. One of them you should take seriously, the other one not so much.
Well, they tend to fall out the older you get. Like, I'm sorry, dude. Like,
That's
the
not due to
hair,
fucking age.
Listen, mate. The hair reaper will get you too. Okay, eventually,
Listen, the
when you
teeth
shave your
falling out
head,
due to
the only
age.
little black dots. Sorry, Danny. You fucking.
Which one of you has all his teeth?
I do. He does not.
How do you know that?
You ever seen him smile?
He's got crooked teeth. He's still got
Not
his
really.
teeth.
Okay, well, he does not have all of his teeth.
Cigarettes will do that too.
I mean, technically, neither do I. I had some wisdom teeth extracted because they didn't fit.
Okay, impacted wisdom teeth are not, that's not what we're counting. I'm not talking about what's in the back and that's not visible.
Oh, he's got missing teeth in the front of his face?
Yes.
Damn, that sucks.
Who?
Yeah.
Do you know what's crazy? Like in the West, dental care is obscenely expensive.
No, it's
Do you
really
think
not.
there's like we need to get the conspiracy theorists on?
It's really not expensive at all.
Okay.
What are you talking about, dude? A root
Medicaid.
canal is like $4,000.
Medicaid. Yeah, to people with jobs, it's expensive. To people without jobs and on welfare, like 10th Man, he's not paying anything out of pocket for dental care. He just chooses not to do it.
They won't do it for you if it's aesthetic. If you're on Medicaid, they won't do it unless it threatens your health.
That is
Correct.
incorrect, sir. You get an allotment yearly for dental on Medicaid.
Not on Medicare.
No, an
On
allotment.
Medicaid.
No, sir.
You get an allotment yearly
sir.
for Medicaid. Yes, you do.
Negative.
Dude, I've been on it. I know. Trust me. There is a thing.
Okay, wait. So what you're telling
don't
me?
get-
Well, can I ask a question? So in America, theoretically, you could go like lose a job for a year and have all your teeth fixed, and by
Yes.
doing that, actually
No.
save more money than you would have paid. Like the amount of money you would have earned in that year.
You'd lose out
No.
more money taking the year off of work.
I don't know, bro. Not
Theoretically,
everyone gets
yes.
paid 100K. Okay, I'm just saying. It's
Okay,
like
but what I'm saying
if
is you only
need
have
like
to be
10
without a
root
job for 30 days to
Oh, you're
qualify for
joshing me
Medicaid.
unironically. You're
Yeah, but you're just
unironically
going
being
off
a
about
josh.
something
You're
that's
being a
in code.
josh to me.
Oh my god.
You are
Going off
though.
of, you're going off of.
Okay.
Let me know when you're done. I'll correct you
No,
afterwards.
it's all right. Carry on, Josh. I'm muted.
Gosh, damn.
Are you like trying to call me a white supremacist? Is that your?
That's, yeah, well, you are a skinhead.
No, I'm not a fucking skinhead. So stop calling me that.
Saying that you're interrupting and filibustering.
Do you think it's my voice, Denizen? It has to be. That's your theory, and I
That's
hate you
part of
for
it.
it. Yeah, it is.
It's part of it, and you know damn well you don't need to make me say it out loud for everybody.
Okay.
And by the way, Casper is the one who filibusters. I talk clearly, concisely, and quietly.
Ooh, and you want me to do an insult conversation with them, bro? That would not work out. That would not work out. Why?
I don't know why he's already in shit mode. Like what? Do you guys already have history?
Not really. No. I'm
he's
not
fucking
all
lying.
joy. I'm not all joy. Okay, like don't make me all joy. That's rude. Shit hurts.
Now you're lying.
But I was laughing before. Okay, I'm still laughing about it. When you said you're scared of me, I'm like, oh man, I could milk this like better than that fucking feminist book. Like,
Okay,
do you
the
know
funny
about
thing
that?
is that
Wait,
I'm just
wait,
saying
wait,
that as a
wait.
joke,
No,
and you took it
Here-
literally.
Here's a caveat. I know. We can joke. Remember, you started it, right? You said I could throw a jab. Okay, I digress. But
Yeah,
do you
the
know
joke
that
stops when you continuously call me a skinhead.
Oh my lord! Is this like a kid thing? Like
No,
let's
it's
go.
like a real life adult thing. Don't call me a fucking skinhead.
Okay, I'm like I shave my hair, and that's
That's
like
not the connotation that you're putting out. Don't fucking gaslight me and don't call me a fucking
What's your-
skinhead.
okay. My
Very
apologies
simple.
if you took it that seriously, but could you not call me an incel?
I didn't call you an incel.
I am though.
I didn't call you an incel.
I get it, but I am. I'm the guy you're talking about.
I get
I'll
it,
wear
but
the
you're the
suit
one
all
that
day.
said that I called
Yeah,
you an
but what's my
incel. I never
sin? What's
called
my
you
sin
a
to
fucking
get?
incel.
Wait. No, I am though, because you use it derogatorily, right?
I never called you an incel.
Yeah,
Are
I
you not
identify as
hearing me?
one. No, hear me out. I'm Christian, right? And I don't want to fuck that which I will not marry. And I can't find a woman that is marriageable. There's a
What?
lot of dudes like that, right? Like, or do you want should I just join the degeneracy and watch it all burn while saying, fuck it, it's just growing pains while we mix all these different cultures and moral sets? She'll be right, mate, right?
I mean, the pussy isn't really that satisfying after a while.
I agree with you.
Casper, read what Abe wrote.
It's not.
I don't read chat when I'm on panels. I don't think I'm good enough with my autistic brain to not like have more than one conversation in my mind. Does it make sense to you? Like it's a personal flaw. I don't want to work on it.
Okay, here, let me bring up the point of reference myself and
And
pretend it's me
also,
that said
like
it because
me
I
and Nate
agree
do
with
a
it. Now
history
you're
because we
joshing
asked.
me. Now
I
you are
am.
joshing me.
I am.
Stop
But carry on.
interrupting me.
You're
Stop
reading
interrupting
chat. I
me.
want you to concentrate
Stop
on me.
interrupting me.
Okay, go ahead.
Stop interrupting me. So, pretend I am saying this. You realize incel mean there isn't a choice in the matter, Casper.
Yeah, I do realize that. I'm involuntary celibate. Like being a volcel or an incel is being a mistau or a MGTOW is one step apart. And he should really shut up and stay in his lane. If he
MGTOWs
has
are
an
really
agenda.
just homosexuals in hiding.
Okay, correct. Let's just keep shaming these guys and expect so much of them, right?
I don't expect anything of them.
Okay, cool.
They're not my type of gays. They're just gays. That doesn't
Okay.
mean that I expect very much.
I get it. I get it. It's the empathy, right? Like I have to be empathetic towards you, like having feelings of me calling you
No, just
whatever.
don't call me a skinhead. It's very simple.
Sure, bro.
Yeah.
You're bringing that up again and again when it
You're the
was
one that
like
just brought it
clearly
up.
said in context it was a joke.
No, it's not a joke. People
Okay,
take things like that seriously. I have to
that
draw a
is
clear and
going to
concise
be
line.
your
So you
what
don't
do you
want
call
me to
it?
draw
Oh,
boundaries. You
no,
want me to
listen,
just allow you to
listen.
float wherever you
You're
want
the
to
one
float,
who
not
put it up. I'm
comment.
saying if that's going to be a holy grail, this is not going to go
No,
anywhere.
he's pointing out that you're the only one who's allowed to have boundaries.
I get it.
How do you not see that? You're getting all fucking pussy hurt over the word skinhead like it means fuck all when it doesn't. It's your personal bitch fest. You take it personally. It hurts your fifis. So he's supposed to respect your personal faggotry, but you get to call him whatever you want, and you don't expect anything of him. And
What did I
insert
call
here
him?
and add.
What did I call
It
him?
doesn't matter.
No, it does matter because
It
you're
doesn't
making the
matter.
insinuation that I called him something that was ad hominem. I did not.
It wasn't ad hominem. It was just a joke, just like you were just joking when you said what you said.
What did I say specifically that was meant to offend him?
It wasn't meant to offend you when he called you a skinhead.
Okay, what did
You
I
see
say
how you're
to
applying
him
double
that was
standards.
meant to offend him? Is
It
my
happened before I
question.
came on the
It
panel.
wasn't
Dude,
meant to offend you.
Doesn't even matter. It's
Maybe-
like
maybe
even
no
if you
one's
take
hearing my
with
question.
the point, he's still wrong. That's what blows
Your
my mind.
question is
That's what blows
irrelevant.
my mind.
Because what was said wasn't meant to offend you, so who cares what was meant to offend him? You're comparing apples and oranges.
I'm disagreeing with the premise that I disrespected him.
Disagreeing with the premise. Didn't Josh say this yesterday?
No,
Yeah, I figured since you called me Josh, I'd start
the
using his
premise
lingo.
isn't that you disrespected him. It's that he showed you the same level of disrespect that you showed him.
No,
That's
I'm
the premise.
asking you to show me the level of disrespect that I showed him. Show me where I disrespected
Hey,
him
sure.
directly.
That's called the
He
empathy
won't
gap.
come on the panel
They
because
can't-
he's afraid of you.
I'm not afraid of anyone.
Oh,
What was I
okay.
going to
Now I
say?
understand. See, now that
Do you
you've
want to
made a
carry
clear
on the
point of contention,
conversation,
I
or do we want to
understand.
have a circle
I'm
jerk meta
answering
conversation?
Dennison's question.
Bro,
You're
you butthead.
interrupting
I
my
knew this was going to
conversation with
happen.
him.
This is the irony. Like, this always
When he
happens.
brought it
And the
up to
fact
you
that
first.
you lied, and the fact
you
that you lied to
monotoned right
Dennison
over
and
him
said
like
that
a
we don't
fucking
have.
train.
Bro, Desmond calls me a liar too, right?
Well, you did lie to Dennison and
Okay.
say that we have no history together, and that is in fact a lie.
No, not like that significant in what history he meant in that context.
Well,
It's like
maybe
the-
the
like-
history is
like
insignificant
history
to you,
between
but it might
me-
be significant to me.
No, it's sure. No, I remember our like singular conversation, but I've had like 50 with Dennison. Like the
I've
magnitude
had
doesn't
about
compare.
5 with you.
Yeah, okay. But what I'm saying is, again, when he asked me that specific question, like in the constant context of history, it's like, does Chuck have history between you and him? Yeah, but it's not the history that he has with, like, I don't know, Taylor. It's perspective, right? But now you're like, if you want to carry on with the conversation, okay, to like learn something from somebody who knows that clearly knows more about it, or if you want, I can send you videos because I do that for people. They tend to not to watch them, or they watch one and then the mind explodes. If you want, like, get over what my voice sounds like right now, okay? Because clearly, yeah, I'm agitated. I care about this shit. And I can tell you why I care too. But then people delete their channels and their comments when it goes down that path. Like, to me, this is a replay, Jamie. I'm sorry. Like, if you start speaking about like LGBT stuff, I'm gonna shut the fuck up and listen because clearly you know more.
You
Right?
would literally never hear me do that.
Yeah, cool. But it's like this whole group of people gets called the worst of things and assume the worst of things, while your group of people is all over news media, which is the people that you have a problem with, ironically.
I don't understand what you just said.
Okay, I'll repeat. I'll stupefy it for you. So it's like incels get demonized, right? Like we get the, what do you call it, the red pill fucking shit on Netflix and the TV show with that white boy
I
taking out a
never
girl.
called you a fucking
Why are you?
incel.
Was I finished?
I never called you a fucking incel.
Was I finished, Jamie?
I never heard you call him that.
You said it in just like
Am I
you should
fucking
have.
missing
Okay?
something?
We can go back and clip it and re-listen. Like this isn't the point of the conversation. I
didn't say
don't
you
give a
did.
fuck about that. It'll be like me using the F slur as a joke everywhere and any time and paying no attention to it.
I wouldn't give a fuck if
Do
you
you
said
want a
that.
tough question? Do you want a tough question? Here, I'll
Sure,
give you a
yeah,
tough
fire
question.
away.
Okay.
Go ahead, tough
So
question.
it's
Go
like,
ahead.
you know how sometimes people talk about it's a representation of, I'm giving you more information than with the normal
You didn't
person,
say
okay?
a long question. You said a
Shut the
tough
fuck
one.
up. Yep. So are you TikTok brain rotted or can I speak?
I don't have TikTok. I've never had a TikTok.
Okay. How would you feel if you didn't have breakfast this morning?
Fine. I don't typically eat
Okay,
breakfast.
cool. Excellent. Excellent. So people will try to like compare feelings between things to try and explain it. So it's like if I was to explain to you what an orange would feel like, I'd be like, it's kind of like lemon, but not really. A little bit sweeter, right? So it's like if I ask you, like, how would somebody experience something when they can't possibly? Like, how would a man experience childbirth? Like, what would be the equivalent feeling? Like, an idiot might say passing a stone or something, okay? I digress. The tough question is, if you were to equate the pain that a female feels when she's assaulted and try to give that, like, to say, how would a man feel that pain? Now, there's a key to this before
Easy
you give
answer.
in. Okay, go ahead.
It would feel the same way that when I've been assaulted in my life via rape or via
I
molestation.
heard you. I would say I can, to some extent, have some empathy with you, but probably not to the same extent. Yeah, but that wasn't the question. Because a man that is assaulted and a female that is assaulted, it's probably a little bit different. I'd say it's worse for a man because, like, you're a man. So it's like on top of assaulting. Yeah, like you can't compare it. I didn't give it much thought. I don't want to. I have enough black pills in my head. There wasn't the
So I would
spirit
like
of my
to speak
question.
on what
You
you're speaking
derailed
about.
it and fuck it. Like, I'm not doing this with you, and you can be a
I
fanboy like
answered your
Pence.
question.
Fuck off. I'm not doing this unless you're gonna be super good faith and have a lot of grace.
I
Okay, because
literally
about
fucking answered your question
fucking
with a
problems
personal
all
experience.
life,
How
but
the
if I
fuck
ask you
more
the
do you
problems
want?
of these incels, you couldn't
You're
name
answering
five.
it while he's talking, bro. What
I
the
can't
fuck?
do this.
He let
What
me
is
get
this?
one sentence out for my answer and then immediately
Bro,
fucking
suck a dick
disenfranchised and say that it
metaphorically,
was better
okay?
than.
All right.
So, if you'd like me to answer your question, I can answer your question.
You can't even repeat it.
When-
Well,
How
give me
would
the
it
Prove me wrong.
chance.
compare?
Repeat the question. Go ahead.
See, I try and repeat the question and you immediately fucking spurg. So if you're not
But
going
they
to have a
never
good faith
finished it.
conversation,
Prove me
there
wrong.
we go. See, so
Repeat
you're going
my
to fucking do
question.
the same
Well, let
fucking
him-
thing that you're
let him
inferring that I'm
answer.
doing, and you can't even have the common courtesy to shut the fuck up while I'm answering your question.
Irony
So
is
let me take it
stupid.
point by point. There it is again. You can't control yourself. Can you control yourself to have a
You
good faith
scold-
conversation?
When
I don't think so.
scolded you, I shut up. Stop scold. Okay, there we go. Called it. Are you scared of this conversation, James?
No, I'm not scared of it at all.
This
Hence
is
the
the
reason why I
most
gave a
bad
personal
faith I've ever
representation of
seen.
my
Are
own
you
molestation and my own rape in my own life.
You took it to you instead of talking about incels.
You literally asked me a question regarding
you know
assault
when you talk
versus
to
a
females
female
about
or a
this
male,
shit,
and I
they
gave you my
talk
own
about
personal
themselves.
input, and then you
You get
disenfranchised
the
it.
only whatever girls talk about their personal experiences when somebody wants to keep the meta conversation. Okay, because if you want to hear about my trauma and civil war, like I could speak about it.
You asked me a question, and I gave you an answer, and I even gave
You're
you
a
an
pussy,
answer that
bro.
was very personal to myself. So I'd like to know how you would like me to better suit your fucking
Yeah, I feel
coddled
so
answer.
sorry I triggered your trauma. Fuck me.
You
I'll
didn't
go
trigger my
repent.
trauma. I
Okay,
felt the
so
need to
sounded
interject
like it.
that to give you a good faith conversation, like you so
Bro,
fucking pleadingly
You know what's
asked for.
hilarious? I'm actually being kind.
You're not being kind. You're being a
No, I
fucking
am.
troll right now. Shut the fuck
I'm
up, dude.
actually being kind. You cannot. Yeah, I'm
You are
actually.
100% not being a fucking kind person. You
I am.
literally just fucking brush
I
past
could
someone
get
giving
into
an
a
own personal
broad
fucking
that
good
you
faith
haven't
conversation
felt
about traumatic
anything
experience.
ever. Trust me, okay? You can take it to the bank, okay? Like,
I think that your check would bounce if I
repeat
took
my
it to the bank.
question. Repeat my question. Prove me
Your
wrong.
question was
I'm muting.
specifically. Your question was specifically, how would you compare an assault on a female versus an assault on a male? Then I gave you an answer. I gave you a very personable
Wasn't my
answer to
question.
myself. Shut the fuck up. It was your question.
No.
That is specifically what
It
you
was.
asked me.
It wasn't my question.
It isn't.
That's
What
the
was
irony.
his
Thank you
question,
for playing,
Dennison?
though. Try
What was
again.
his question, Dennison?
He said, "How could a man experience what it or describe what it feels like to be violated as a woman?"
Yeah,
And
I gave
it
him
seemed
the.
like maybe it seemed like maybe the vice versa is also implied in the context of the question, which makes it somewhat rhetorical, and that he was going somewhere with it, but you just answered over him and then kept doing the talking over him monotonely instead of letting him land his plane.
It's okay, though. Don't worry about it, Jamie. Like, I don't take it personal, okay? Like, this has happened
You
before.
stopped talking, and then I gave you an
You
answer.
didn't
and then
answer
you
my
started
question.
talking, and
They
that's
gave you
when I
telling me what
interjected
you like to
again.
get assaulted by a man. God.
I don't know why the two of you are trying to measure dicks with one another. It doesn't make any sense.
No.
You're both capable of having an actual conversation. And I don't know
He is
why,
incapable.
like Jamie started. That's not true. How many people have how many people have you seen and heard tell me the same exact thing about you?
I don't know. I don't really pay
I know
attention to what
better.
people say to you.
Oh, Jesus. Now he's doing it to me, Casper. I tap out.
It's okay. Again, you answered man on man. I'm asking you the opposite. But it's like the last, it's okay, because the last, one of the times I asked,
Would
can
you
you
like
not
to
interrupt me, Jamie? Go ahead,
No,
sorry.
because you said something that was a lie. I wasn't necessarily talking about specific sexes raping me.
You can't hold an L. It's okay.
No, you can't
No, I
admit that you
genuinely
fucked
don't.
up.
I genuinely don't think he heard and understood your question.
Yeah, I know. That's the other,
Like
because
he's not trying to deflect. He just didn't hear it.
I'm afraid to speak. He'll over talk me. I don't know what to do.
Right?
I would make a joke and say that you're in fear right now, but you might call me 10th man and then follow it up with a skinhead comment.
Skinhead comment. I called that too. Like, if that's gonna be your grail of grails with me, carry it as long as you want. Okay. My apologies to all the people who get triggered by skinheads out there. Okay. Like, I think the number of skinheads that actually exist out there is probably far and few in between. They sure as fuck don't shave their hair. Right? Whatever, dude.
Yeah, they call them skinhead for a reason. I mean,
fucking idiots, bro. I agree. Like, let them fucking shave their. I want to see him, so I can, like, I don't know, not help him change their tire, whatever.
you guys quit. You're knocking everything off the shelf.
You know, fucking, here, talk about people, right? Like, I was on AVG's panel, Denizen, yeah? And fucking, Are We No Men goes to me, I'd love to see you and her debate this topic. And I gave him a similar answer. I'm like, bro, that will not work out. Like, you're a fucking idiot. And then the dude who always sits in every chat goes, yeah, you're right. But can you picture, like, going on AVG's panel and trying to, like, introduce this as a concept to him? Like, anything from that. It's like, and here's
I
the honest
tried to
question.
fucking.
Sorry.
No, go
Yeah,
ahead.
go. Okay, no, but I was just gonna say, like, oh no, here's a question for you. Like, what angle would you even approach this? Like, if you went up to ABG, okay, and I could get real nasty here, and then go try to explain to her like what it is. And then it's like, here's a conversation you never hear on these panels. Everyone talks about red pill this and manosphere that. It's like, if you take pause and you take stock of the inventory of single individuals that you have, okay, and then you're real honest about it, then you can start having conversations. And unfortunately for everyone here, I bet you $1,000 one of your close friends or relatives is an incel by all definition. And anybody want to take me on, bro, I'll take you on. Huh?
Yeah, statistically speaking, it has to be that way.
I know, it's cheating. That's the irony. And then people like, and then here's why am I here, Jamie? Like I said this a few times, and I usually coded. One of my mates kind of is not here anymore, right? And there's other people here who don't have mates anymore, and the reasons they left is probably because they were there, not because they were LGBTQ, okay? The shit you asked me to give a fuck about, but because they were the people who you say, oh, they're just pussies who can't get any and should drop their nuts and go ask girls out. Because back in my day, like, bro, suck my dick metaphorically, okay? I don't care who you do in your bedroom, but you're mocking these people and saying, hey, you're just a genetic dead end. You better do what the society tells you. Well, fuck you and your military draft, okay? Why is shit expensive? Give them a reason to do overtime, Jamie. Please, your rebuttal. I'll mute. Are you scared? Or what? Too righteous?
I don't believe that we can have a good faith conversation.
Okay. Stunning.
What about skinhead is so offensive from your perspective?
Not going to go over that either.
Oh, wow.
Bro, stun lock. How's that Chico IDDQD? God mode, right? Where's Anson? Or cleaner, like who else wants to skull? What did he call it? Skull dick fucking. Are you scared, Jamie, to have a conversation? Like, I'm not gonna keep bagging on about it, but now you're being kind of weird, bro.
It's not weird. It's a personal choice. I don't believe that you can have a good faith conversation with me.
I said I'm an incel. Fix me.
I don't care what you are, and it's not my job to fix you.
Okay, I get it.
And what about my question?
What was your question?
What about
the skinhead thing?
Skinhead thing? Yeah, from your perspective, though.
Oh, no, I'm not going to answer that.
But you expect people to know it's an insult.
I'm sorry, is there some nice side of being called a skinhead? Is there some kind of positive affirmation in that?
No, I'm just wondering where it's so odious and so heinous that even when it's clearly being used facetiously, it's beyond reproach. Right?
I'll answer Dennison.
You talk to who use way worse language and became way worse than a joke while I'm laughing when I said it because you just shaved your head. Like, you're being bad faith. Because, like, if you talk to Josh, but now you won't talk to me after you call me up, after calling me scared, when I'm actually trying to have a conversation because you don't like the way I sound. Do you see the joke? Like, I don't actually care, dude. Like, again, with all due respect, to me, you're one of many. Okay. But it's like people want to pay money to talk to an incel. And then when one comes up, it's okay. If you were a chick, you probably would have said whatever, call me a genetic dead end. I've heard that before. Every single person that you see that's scared of me has a question they get stuck on. Do you remember yours? No, you don't, because you never got to hear it. You fucking punk. Like, don't gaslight me, okay? And then call me bad faith. It's just fucking moronic. You're making yourself look like a clown, okay? Now fucking say something intelligent, okay? Prove me wrong. How about you answer the question as Denizen worded it? Okay, you can have the discussion with him, and I'll be quiet in the corner like a good little incel. Is that okay? Or is that too bottom for you? Get the fuck out of here.
That's what I was gonna. That's what I thought I could try to do at least, and then we could bridge the gap. But he told me to get fucked too. I don't know what I did.
So I was waiting for Casper to stop talking so that I could address Denison's point.
Do you want me to leave? You call me up. Do you want me to leave? Watch
I
this.
literally can't answer. I literally can't answer while the motherfucker is talking because I'd be calling that I'm a monotone overrider. So Denison, the point is that I've allowed that term to go, unchecked in the past, and it's usually equated to nothing but negative and furtherment of it. And I've tried to lean into it and play it off as a joke and ha he he. But it doesn't end up with a good byproduct, so I stopped doing it. I drew a healthy boundary in the situation that doesn't have negative effects toward me online. So when people call me a skinhead from now on, I tend to take it and say, don't call me that, versus leaning into it.
I wouldn't expect you to lean into it. My curiosity is why that particular term, because I think I can't be sure, but I think it's like sparking a memory. I don't deliberately push your boundaries, so I can't recall, but I feel like I've had this. I feel like there was a sense of deja vu, as though you've reacted similarly to that term in the past, and like I asked him if there was any history between you. There wasn't any significant between him and you where you would have bad blood, is how he answered the question. But you called that a lie. You didn't even say it was a mistake, and you accused him of lying. And your example was the skinhead remark. So again, that particular...
No. You're misconstruing the statement. So when I said that we had past history, meaning that I've had 5 conversations with him, and I was more or less pointing out the fact that he has the inability to keep quiet when other people are answering the questions and takes 20 minutes to land the plane. I don't have all night. I'm not going to give him that amount of time, and I'm setting a boundary for the amount of time that I'm going to allow him to speak before listing 30 bullet points that I would literally have to write down point by point, and he'll go into 12 different directions with the 30 bullet points. So even a genius hearing all of these different things at once simultaneously in a very long drawn out fashion would be kind of, at a disadvantage to answer him accurately. So I'd like to keep the answers and questions in check, short and concise.
Yeah, but that isn't what you brought up as for your example.
I never got a chance to.
You became quite defensive over the term skinhead. And
yeah, it was very simple.
It was like it can't even be used as a joke.
It can't. It's a boundary. Don't call me that.
Yeah, so I was just curious why it crosses your personal boundary. There would have to be some experience for you where it has like a heavier meaning or weight from your perspective.
I literally just told you why.
But you didn't, though. You just said that you're drawing a boundary.
I did. I told you when I have let it go in the past. Let me re-fucking stay it. Apparently you didn't hear me when I said it just fucking 4 minutes ago. I draw a boundary when it comes to that word, because in the past I have fucking let it go to the wayside and left it unchecked, and even that sometimes leaned into it, and it's created more problems than me not addressing it right out of the gate and stopping it in its tracks.
Yeah, but you don't. That doesn't answer the question, because you don't. The choice isn't between you leaning into it and you shutting down all conversation because you recalled it. So there's
That's not
like
why
a
I shut
middle
down the
ground.
conversation.
I mean, it's what
I
you
shut
kept
down the
bringing up as the
conversation.
reason. It's what you kept bringing up as the reason, right? Like when I
No,
asked him
that's
the
not
question,
why I
wasn't
listed the
asking-
reason why I shut down the conversation. You are misrepresenting that right now.
It was until after he
You are
left the panel.
misrepresenting it. That is not the reason why I shut down. The reason why I shut down is because he asked me a question, and I equated my own personal experience in good faith and at my own detriment to answer his question.
I can't misrepresent your motivations. That's not possible.
No, he
Right?
did.
What I'm-
You
what I'm
misrepresented
repre- what
me
I'm-
shutting
what
it down for the
what I'm-
reason of the skinhead comment. That is incorrect. That is not the reason why I discontinued the conversation.
Okay, I'm gonna try to get through what I'm trying to say. I'm gonna just keep trying, and I don't know why this is happening, but maybe it'll change before I decide to just fucking go watch cat videos. I can't misrepresent your motivations. They're unbeknownst to me. I don't make the presumption to be a mind reader. All I can do is reiterate what you said with your face hole when I asked you what the problem was. You didn't bring up Casper talking over you or interrupting you or not letting you answer the question. Whether that was your reason or not, I won't have the audacity to presume. All I can do is tell you what you said and what you kept repeating over and over again and kept going back to and kept bringing up as an example. You didn't bring up him talking over you. You kept bringing up the skinhead thing. In other words, like calling someone a pedo, right? That, I would say, is like one of those things where there's no jest left because it has such a horrible connotation in society. It implies things on a criminal level, and it implies you to be like outcasted from society just for the mere accusation. Like skinhead or something along those lines, Nazi or fascist or whatever, isn't something that I would normally associate with that kind of connotation. Especially when someone's like literally laughing when they're saying it. And I think the reason, like his whole point for bringing that up is because contrast that to something like incel, where it's perfectly safe for everybody in the room to hate you simply for being one or being called one. And there's some laws to be had in there. Is none of this context coming across, or does it feel like I'm trying to brainwash you and gaslight you right now?
Brainwash and gaslight with a slight hint of misrepresentation or understanding of the premise of what I was doing.
Good. You're well down deep in the well of your feelings then. Good to know. Sup, OG?
Angry Casper, there's nothing here to win. This isn't a competition, and I'm not in competition with you. So I don't know what you're saying.
There's some kind of like competition there.
Competition requires a prize for winning. There's no prize here.
It doesn't require a prize. You can both your victories can be losing. I noticed it on both your happy parts too. Like he was doing it as well.
Pyrrhic victory. Well, how are you gentlemen doing today?
starting to lose my mind, I think.
That's good. That's good.
Maybe you could decipher the conversation.
Now, you don't need to do that again. Chuck had just ripped some nasty ass. Nah, I just got here. What's up?
Well, Casper and Jamie were getting ready to speak, and I think some misinformation was put out that the other individual didn't like, and tried to let it be known that he didn't like that piece of information that apparently was meant to be a joke, and he didn't take it as a joke, so therefore it's not a joke, I guess, if I'm reading it right. And then when Jamie was trying, and when Jamie was trying to answer question being handed to him, he couldn't get the answer out. Am I pretty well close on that, Jamie?
I got the answer out, but then I was disenfranchised and told that I didn't understand the question because I immediately assimilated it to male on male instead of male on female assault.
That's not why. It's because the question was rhetorical and it was part of him trying to land his plane, and I still don't know where he was gonna land, so I couldn't tell you what his statement ultimately was gonna be. And then when you answered the question, it didn't answer the question he even asked rhetorically. So when he asked you to repeat it, you failed at that. It wasn't the question that he asked, proving his original point to begin with was that you're waiting for a chance to interrupt instead of actually listening to understand.
Okay, so if the question was rhetorical and he's asking me a quote-unquote tough question and I answer it to the best of my ability, is that me being in bad faith or me doing my best to answer the question from my own perspective?
No, I don't think you interrupting to answer was in bad faith. I think the fact that you didn't even hear the question correctly is due to the fact that you were waiting to interrupt instead of waiting to listen, and that while he was continuing to try to make his point, if you cared what it was, you would have just stopped talking and started listening. Because that's what you do. Not only is it what all people do, it's what you do. If you care what the other person is saying. So when you don't, you clearly don't care what the other person is saying.
So if you'd like, I can rewind on the live stream where he asked the question. I could show you where he stopped talking and asked me to answer, and where I answered, and then where he started talking again, disenfranchised the situation, and then made it seem like I didn't hear the question.
I don't know what you mean by disenfranchised, but you didn't answer the question he asked. I can tell you that much.
I did. I didn't give him an answer that he liked.
It wasn't an answer to the question that he asked.
I answered the question to the best of my ability from my own male perspective, which is the only perspective in which I can answer a question.
But you didn't hear the actual question. You didn't answer the actual question.
So there's a question and then there's the actual question?
There's the question you answered, and then there's the question he asked. They weren't the same thing.
Mandy, I don't typically match energy. I tend to stay pretty even-toned.
No, your energy is shit right now. It's not even-toned. It's deliberately withdrawn.
I like to call it controlled.
Is that a problem?
Well, I'm understanding you might be doing it because you're trying to avoid being angry. Maybe.
Listen, your mic is fucked.
Whoa.
That was painful.
What does that mean?
Your mic
It
was
means your
fucked.
mic is fucked.
your gain was like way high. You were crackling. Like,
Am I still crackling?
no, you're coming good now.
Okay,
That
yeah.
shit.
So I can understand if you're like deliberately trying to remove your emotion from your voice because you're mad, but like take a break then. Don't continue because you're just gonna make it worse on everybody involved. Continuing to engage in with like a gray rocking response.
So I have to either be at the point where I feel less, or I have to match energy and heightened emotion and not have an even toned voice so that I don't start yelling
There's
or
no
start
heightened
screaming or add hum. No, there's literally next to no emotion in my voice. That's the point.
And there isn't any yelling or screaming or heightened emotion in my voice either. So I don't know why you would
what
even
I
bring that
would
up.
do. Okay, so you're not understanding why I'm doing what I'm doing right now.
I mean, I offered you my potential understanding. It really doesn't matter. I'm just trying to tell you that it's not productive, and it isn't you remaining even keeled either. Like tone policing your anger, it doesn't mean you're even keeled. It means you're angry.
It means that I understand myself, and it means that I understand what the buildup will be, and that I don't want the buildup to go a certain way and become just purely emotional and start screaming and start calling people names and start taking it to levels that I don't wish to be. It's called having control over my emotions and understanding who I am and how I am as a person and doing everything that I can to counteract that. My character defects will flare if I don't do this, hence the reason why I do this.
Yeah, and I'm just offering you a suggestion. You aren't actually controlling your emotions, you're masking them. So take an actual break. Don't engage with the fake monotone voice. Like, wait until you're actually calmed down and reset.
Well, I tried to do that, but Casper wanted me to answer questions, and so did you, so I'm trying to meet you halfway in the middle.
I mean, I'll give you time to reset, brother.
Usually takes me a while.
I can dig it. You want to just like be opted out, or do you want to change the topic to something that'll help accelerate the process? You know, I put the ball in your court.
I was fine with going on this direction that we're on right now. I wasn't trying to change. I was just changing my course of action that seems typical and easy for me to take, which is typically anger. So I try and, as you say, mask it. I try and coax myself into being something that is acceptable and listenable to people. And I guess that doesn't even work because you understand that I'm angry and you understand that I'm trying to do something that is counteractive to my true nature. And that's not even acceptable. Like, you want me to be in a position mentally where I'm not.
No, you can tell yourself that all you want. I wouldn't recommend listening to morons in the chat either, Jamie.
Angry Casper, this isn't content. This is a conversation. I'm not here for content. If I wanted content, I would be on some fucktards panel talking shit to them, getting paid to do it. I'm here of my own free will and volition without cares of monetary gain.
I don't even know what that's
about. I didn't tell you to leave, Casper. I never once told you to leave this panel. I asked you to be quiet while I was talking, and I would try and do the same for you.
Okay, I'm gonna sit back.
Casper, I didn't give Josh much grace at all. I've called him probably a couple of hundred ad hominems. I've said maybe 2 to you. No, you said that I'm bad faith in the beginning. You need to replay this whole conversation because your emotions are carrying you on some fucking delusional path that don't make sense to me. I said that after the conversation took place, I said that I would not engage with you because you have the inability to have a this and that, a back and forth. You have the inability to allow someone to answer because you talk for 15 minutes at a time. So I said that I'm not going to engage anymore. Again, boundary. But don't lie to the people and say that I asked you to leave the panel, because that never once fucking happened.
Yeah, I don't believe you did.
And if you're going to be a lying bitch about it, I will call you ad hominems. Don't lie and be a fucking lying bitch. After you referenced the fact that I was acting in bad faith, I said that you will not represent the situation adequately and honestly, so I will not talk to you. I didn't ask you to leave the panel. I didn't ask you to do anything other than show respect, and while I'm answering you, allow me to answer. And you didn't even respect the fact that I put my own personal life out there for your fucking question and try and answer it honestly, because someone who's acting in good faith will give a portion of themselves in the conversation and leave out the fucking extra bullshit that's just filler. So if you want me to answer you, I will. And to the best of my ability, I did. And if you don't like that, you can suck a fucking dick.
Whoa. Now we're getting some emotion in here.
And you can throw an F
Emotion
slur
is
at the
always
end of that
involved.
too.
Emotion is always involved. The question just becomes whether or not you're being honest and direct with your emotions, or you're, trying to mislead people.
Well, only he would know that, wouldn't he?
I'm not trying to mislead anybody. I'm not, Denny, you know the type of panels that I go on. I am not trying to mislead people. I'm not on that type of a panel.
I know exactly what you were doing. I said it correctly, didn't I? The problem is that for most people, that's not how it will play out. They're not going to hear it, recognize it, analyze it, reflect on it, then put themselves in your shoes and see it from your perspective. They're just going to hear the tone.
Because they're not intelligent.
Whatever you want to call it, bro, they're just going to hear the tone and not even contemplate the fact that they think it's dishonest. They're just going to have a feeling inside their chest that feels like dishonesty is happening and then not take you as good faith. You must understand that, right?
I do, and that's why I don't typically have conversations like this with unintelligent people. I can have a conversation with you because you know that I'm acting in good faith most of the time.
I mean, how long did it take for us to develop that relationship?
Not long.
Now, this is basically the tone that Jamie's been talking in over here all night.
It isn't.
It isn't?
You're not helping with that. No, his tone is dramatically different. It even changed over the course of the conversation with Casper, and it's because Casper pissed him off. And Jamie knows that I'm not saying he's wrong for that, that he's unjustified for it. He knows that. He knows me. And he knows that I know him while I'm trying to point out the breakdown in the conversation. And unfortunately, I can speak Casper better than he can. Jamie knows at the end of the day, I have respect for him that's earned. And Casper's practically a stranger to me in comparison. But but I do, given that, Chuck, assuming your good faith, which I will, based upon our limited experience with one another, right? And OG can testify to that being a graceful on my part. I'm going to tell you, this is why I find these fucking things so fascinating. Is because objectively, what you just said is not true.
Well, you know Jamie much better.
I wouldn't do that today, right? Because I feel like I know you a little bit better, and that's what just makes it curious. It makes it curious to me because I think you truly believe what you're saying.
Well, when conversing with Jamie earlier, that he was basically in the same tone. It seemed to me, but you know Jamie a whole lot better than I do. I know of Jamie. I've talked to him 6 times maybe on panels. That's been probably about it. So yeah, I'm not trying to say, okay, yeah, this is Jamie or this isn't Jamie because I don't know. I was just reflecting on how he's been tonight.
Yeah, I know. That's again. I'm just gonna double down on the fact that I find it fascinating without rambling too much. I just because that's the most
Good
genuine
enough.
feeling I can express. Yeah, that's the most genuine feeling I can express without having to be much more articulate than I am.
The hell is that?
Cookie?
Vanilla wafers.
Oh, you're prejudiced. He's only eating vanilla cookies. And
Chocolate?
Linden. Is that a Linden?
Lindor?
Lindor? However the hell you say it.
Red Bull?
Oh well,
Oh
I
my
mean
goodness. Oh,
that goes without saying.
I can't do them Red Bulls.
He drinks actual bull piss.
You know how hard it is to milk them bulls?
Bro, don't even start on that shit.
Oh, shut up in there.
Okay.
The English, like verbal communication in general, is just so fucking inefficient. I can conclude it no other way. English in particular, it just doesn't do the trick.
Well, English is fine. It's just when you got the different inflections and things of that nature that changes the whole dynamics, in my opinion.
That's Chinese. In Chinese, literally, the inflection you use makes it a different word.
Fuck it, I'm blaming OG.
Yeah, it's safe.
So, Casper, you gonna get your scary bitch ass back on panel or what?
Dun, dun, dun.
Or are you just gonna stay in your incel hole?
I wonder if Casper's ever tried to take notes. I was gonna try to reiterate his part of the conversation, translate it, but I could only go so far because the reason why he kept interrupting you, and this is again not going to be something you're going to know about Casper other than you can tell he's long-winded, is he was just gassing up the plane. He didn't even start to make his point yet. And that can be pretty annoying, right? Especially on a panel. But when there's just the three of us, normally that shit would go down. However, there was something there between the two of you, and then on his part too, because he was also he was in dick measuring mode. I can't say that for you. I can say you clearly were not fucking listening. You were waiting to Jamie. You were waiting to take your dick out and put it across his forehead. But I don't know what the deal was for him. Like, he was being verbally combative right off the bat. I don't know if it's because he's projecting a lot of past experiences onto you, or if because you guys legitimately had beef. What is this skinhead incident? When did this happen?
I'm sorry, maybe you're deaf. He literally only called me a skinhead tonight. That has nothing to do with the beef that we have or the issues that we have. That was literally something that was said, and I put a stop to it immediately. That wasn't what pissed me off.
Tonight, as in during this conversation?
Yes, tonight. This conversation, right now. That's not even what pissed me off.
Haven't you talked to him before, though?
Yeah, but he's never called me a fucking skinhead.
See, that's what I'm talking about, Jamie. You just did it again. Do you not realize how that sounds? That like that's the delineating factor. Because you know Casper's a spurg. You know he crashes into mountains 9 times out of 10 instead of landing a plane.
And that's my fucking problem?
No, I'm just saying you know these things. So where was the vitriol?
The vitriol is because I told him before he even came on panel, keep it short. I said it 4 times.
That's your fault.
Expectations, I guess.
Yes. You know better than that.
Ladies and gentlemen, I just got to say, in the circles that I run, I'm called the king of the grift. I don't get paid enough for this shit, and the rehabilitation part and the recovery part was 3.5 hours ago. So now we're on to the grifting part. Okay, I'm back in King Grifter mode. $ Ebony loves me. All uppercases, no spaces. Ebony with a V, not a B. Send your money to Jamie. If you're using PayPal, take the $ out. But don't worry, you can still send money on PayPal.com. Just replace it with an @ symbol, same spelling. You'll be able to find me on PayPal.com. All donations are anonymous as well as appreciated. Thank you.
Should have grew your hair out before interacting with Casper. I think
Should I yank it the
Casper.
fuck out? Yeah,
I think Casper left.
that's good.
Don't forget, everybody. The skinhead remark wasn't what pissed him off.
It wasn't.
All right then. So we
Do you know what pissed me off?
to talk about it as though it's a problem.
I know what pissed you off.
What was it, Chuck? What was it?
It was the fact that you were putting a personal experience with your answer, and it not being taken seriously.
Correct.
Ooh,
That's
do I
what
win the
pissed
door
me
prize? Do I win the door prize?
You won the internet today.
Oh, hot damn. All this action,
Jamie.
and I haven't got one dono all night long, and it's been 5 hours.
Not only is that your last reason, which I know Chuck is right
Donos
about
have
that,
been
right? So
rough.
Yes, I know, and I don't
I'm not
hold it
calling
against
you, I'm not calling
anybody.
you a liar. But you have to understand from the perspective of the other person who you're getting angrier at because the disrespect from your perspective, which is actually a lack of acknowledgement on his behalf, is continuing because he wasn't even going there with you. And it wasn't even the question. And now, granted, he could have taken a step outside of himself and recognized the moment. Chuck was able to do it, right? See, he could have had that foresight. But the mere lack of that foresight is not bad faith, right? Can we agree? This is how people end up like talking past each other and having disagreements where they don't even really exist except in the subtext of the language that's not spoken. You with me? Just out of curiosity, why did you make it that personal?
I answered the question.
Right. So did you hear the difference between what I said and what you answered? Because I know what you thought the question was. I'm wondering if you actually heard it, or if you can see like what was really being asked. No?
You're gonna have to hold your horses, dog. Nothing but silence. 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 I heard him thumping the desk, though. Let there be war.
Chuck, could you please bring up the backstage?
Yes, sir. It's all yours.
And try to give that over the equivalent feeling. Like an idiot might say what an orange would feel like. I'd be like, it's kind of like lemon, but not really. A little bit sweeter, right? So it's like, if I ask you,
Go back a little more.
like, how?
No. This is the question coming. I want you to hear this.
No, include the lemon analogy for context. Because you're not gonna like what I'm gonna say after it's done. I'm hoping I'm wrong. But based on the fact that this is your reaction,
You got 80 seconds more.
Question that I asked you. Yeah, this is not looking good. This is not a good sign. But go ahead.
I never called you a fucking incel.
Was I finished, Jamie?
I never heard you call him that.
You said it in just like
Am I
you should have.
fucking missing something?
We can go back and clip it and re-listen. Like, this isn't the point of the conversation.
You
I
didn't
don't
say
give
you
a
did.
fuck about that. It'll be like me using the F slur as a joke everywhere and any time and paying no attention to it.
I wouldn't give a fuck if
Do
you
you
said
want a
that.
tough question? Do you want a tough question? Here, I'll
Sure.
give you a
Yeah,
tough
fire
question.
away.
Okay.
Go on, tough
So
question.
it's
Go
like,
ahead.
you know how sometimes people talk about it's a representation of. I'm giving you more information than with the normal
You didn't
person.
say a
Okay?
long question. You said
Shut
a
the
tough
fuck
one.
up. Yep. So, are you TikTok brain rotted, or can I speak?
I don't have TikTok. I've never had a TikTok.
Okay. How would you feel if you didn't have breakfast this morning?
Fine. I don't typically.
Okay, cool. Excellent. So, people will try to like compare feelings between things to try and explain it. So it's like, if I was to explain to you what an orange would feel like, I'd be like, it's kind of like lemon, but not really. A little bit sweeter, right? So it's like, if I ask you, like, how would somebody experience something when they can't possibly? Like, how would a man experience childbirth? Like, what would be the equivalent feeling? Like, an idiot might say passing a stone or something, okay? I digress. The tough question is, if you were to equate the pain that a female feels when she's assaulted and try to give that, like, to say, how would a man feel that pain? Now, there's a key to this before
Easy
you give
answer.
in. Okay, go ahead.
it would feel the same way that when
way.
I've been
Can you pause it?
assaulted in my life via rape or via
I
molestation.
heard you. I would say I can, to some extent, have some empathy with you, but probably not.
So what part of the question didn't understand or did I not answer? Because he empathizes with me.
I'm gonna tell you a few things. Notice how, first of all, he's already asked you 3 questions, and
Yes.
one of them you chose to interrupt him to answer. He
Which
was
one?
still talking. He was
The last question that was asked.
Right. He was still talking. He was still going to keep going. He was going to give even yet another example, I presume, and then move on to something different. He was loading the premise of how people use feelings in order to describe things that they can't possibly experience, that they have no context of. Which, in this case, the question you answered, which wasn't the question that he asked, but the question that he asked was, how can a man describe the pain that a woman would feel being assaulted? And he used the lemon example to load the context up to say, I'm not asking how does it feel to be violated. I'm not asking how it feels to be abused. I'm asking, how can a man describe a woman's feelings? How can someone describe something that they can't possibly experience no matter how hard they try, because it's physically impossible? And I don't even know where he was going to go with that after that, which is where my frustration came in, because I was interested. I was wanting to see where he was going to take this plane. I appreciated your answer, but I considered it an interruption, and it didn't address the question that he asked. Now, granted, you were trying to share something, that's personal to you, and that was a horrible experience, and so now you're in a different state of vulnerability, and then he just keeps blabbing his fucking, whatever fucking country he's from, with that fucking accent of his, over it, right? So, your frustration is understood, and it's not like you're way off of base. But now, do you see it in the context in which it was meant, in the context in which I heard it at the time because I was actually listening, and how your answer didn't address the question, and it was an interruption. You literally interrupted him.
So I'm supposed to let him ask. Hold on. Let me back it up before the question was even
Don't
asked.
do that.
Hold on. No, I'm going to
Let
fucking
me
say
do a
my
quick
point
shout
of that.
out. Let me do a quick shout out. Kev, my neighbor, thank you for the donation. And while you guys are talking, I got to take the dog out. Go right
Sounds
ahead.
good. So I'm supposed to let him load a
You're gonna
gun.
say no. You're not supposed to do anything.
No.
You're not at fault
Obviously.
here.
Oh my god, motherfucker, Dennison. I'm going to talk now, and like I listened to you, and even though I disagree with what you said, you are now going to do the same thing. So, I'm supposed to let him load a gun. I'm supposed to let him ask 7 questions and not know when it ends. And I'm supposed to listen to multiple different bullet points. And I'm supposed to read his fucking mind practically to know he's loading a gun and asking a certain amount of questions in order for me to... No, you can't. You're going to fucking listen just like I did to you just now.
Good.
You see, what I'm doing right now is talking. And you're waiting to answer because you feel that you are correct in the situation. We have a difference of opinions.
Not correct, Jamie.
You see how you're interrupting me right now, and I'm not even done finishing my fucking landing of my plane.
You can finish anytime. I'm not going to stop you.
You've already done so twice since I began talking.
I'm not
When
stopping you
am
from
I
finishing.
supposed to know when he's done answering his own questions, loading his own guns, and when does
You're
the
repeating
questioning
yourself.
stop?
You're repeating yourself. You're not supposed to know. You see why you didn't need to say it 3 times? The answer is you're not supposed to. Don't have that expectation of you. The point is that if Chuck were talking, you would have shut the fuck up and waited. But you got something with Casper, and you guys were having a thing. And the fact that you interrupted him in that moment wasn't even that big of a problem. You answered the question, he listened, he said he empathized, and then he tried to continue. That wasn't even where the conversation broke the fuck down.
Okay, we're going to listen to this one portion one more time so that I can be clear.
And try to give that, like to say, how would a man feel that pain? Now, there's a key to this before
Easy
you give
answer.
in when they can't.
Didn't go far enough back.
Before
How would
you give me an answer.
How
There's a key to this before you give me an answer. And you said, let me answer. And then he said, okay. And he would, and I'm telling you, just knowing the dude well enough, after he gave you the key, there was still going to be some more shit. But if you were in a spirit of listening and understanding, you wouldn't have been chomping at the bit to respond.
Okay. Let me put it this way. You know how you treated Josh this afternoon? How you disconnected from the conversation before it was really time to get into it, and that you knew how the conversation would probably go, and you made a conscious decision to make a boundary for yourself not to listen to that retardation? So in the future, I will not try and engage with Casper. I will know that we have the inability to engage as humans, and I will know that I don't have the temperament to deal with him, nor the desire to learn that temperament to deal with people like that. And I will say, you know what? I don't have anything to say to you, and I'm going to not speak to you at all.
Okay, so couple things. First of all, I don't think that's true. I think you're being deliberately obtuse right now. And secondly, that isn't what I was doing with Josh. He wasn't upsetting me, and I didn't need to enforce a boundary. I only was giving him the opportunity to decide whether or not he wanted to engage or he wanted to have a spurg. I wasn't interested in sitting around and watching him spurg. So when I gave him 5 chances, including a 1, 2, 3 countdown of do you want to spurg or do you want to talk, and he chose spurg 5 times, I just pieced out and watched a fucking chick groom a cat.
Right. So me knowing that Casper is going to spurg because he has the inability to be pretty quick and timely in his, presenting of the situation and quote unquote landing the plane, I will just say I cannot converse with you because I don't wish to give you the amount of patience and tolerance that you require with your own personal life experience, choices, and defects.
That would have been more constructive, but it's not true. I've seen you give far more patience to people who are far less deserving.
There's reasons.
You're capable of you're capable of far more than that. And and again, I don't buy it. But I'll grant you the strategy, the tactic, perfectly acceptable. Own up to it then and live up to it. Stay muted. Go make some ramen, take a walk around the block. I don't know, whatever it is you people do. But I just let you know at the end of the day, while I will not argue with you making healthy decisions and enforcing your boundaries, because that would mean I would not be your friend. No, your pal Denizen's not buying what you're selling at the end of the day. He knows you're capable of shutting the fuck up for 2.5 minutes to listen to a complex point about a philosophical topic.
Maybe I just have my mind made up.
I've changed your mind before too, sir. So, you're talking to the wrong guy here.
Well, in this case specifically, I'm going to call Casper a dumb bitch. I'm going to tell him to learn his fucking place on the fucking totem pole. And if not, I'm going to smack him down with ad hominems and logic and an expectation to talk like a fucking adult and learn to fucking limit his responses to 500 words or less.
And this is exactly what you were doing while he was talking. You see what I'm saying? And so,
right.
Given the fact
because I don't
that
have
he's
the patience to deal with his bullshit at 3 a.m.
I mean, whatever the case may be, he's not entitled to your patience. I've already conceded to that. And we all know he's long-winded, right? So there'd be no point in arguing any contrary to that point either. All I'm saying is that you're capable of more, and it didn't have anything to do with him calling you a skinhead or him interrupting your answer. Your attitude, and also from his perspective, to add that, right? Because I understand yours. He's a grown man who's been through hardship himself and has been on the internet just as long as you have. So from his perspective, he doesn't owe you any courtesy either. If he wants to fly his plane around and crash it into a mountain, he's entitled. So
it's one mountain. I'm not worried about 50 mountains is annoying.
Neither one of you is going to gain any ground with that attitude, and dare I say, angry Casper would be I wouldn't have said this if you had asked me yesterday, but given your performance today, I'm thinking Casper's going to be the one to grant grace first, and that should be your fucking playground, that should be, you know what I mean? Your team grace.
So here's the thing about that. I try to be very, very patient and tolerant of certain people and certain characteristics that are very, I don't want to use the word normal, but quite prevalent in these panels that we go on with people talking just fucking very lengthy amounts of times to get out simple points. And when I asked him if he could just give me the tough question, he had to build it up, and he had to do this, that, and the third to fucking get to the point, and yet still never got to the point, but insisted that, okay, here's the tough question here. And then apparently that wasn't the tough question. He was going to go on to build up more. And I just don't have the patience to listen to people that present factually based information in their own life experience in that manner. And I don't think that even if he was my friend, I would allow that to take place.
I mean, it's just not true.
Pull up Crab's comment, Chuck.
Yeah, that's accurate as fuck. I think
this is.
He finds me to be a combative, and he's constantly on the defense. And I think that that's a regular happening in the places that he goes. I don't find him to be a combative. I don't find him to be a lower existence than me, just different.
I think you're both really great guys personally. And I wasn't here for the argument, and I had to be muted up while y'all were going over it. But none of this really makes sense to me. The emotion, the argument between you and Dennison. So I don't. It's not that it's not relevant. It's just I don't understand it. Maybe I wasn't paying attention, but it just, from what I hear, it makes no sense.
We're
not arguing. The argument is between us.
Okay, fair enough.
No, he just lied to you. Don't let him lie to you.
Mandy's like, nah, Mandy, I'm out the bushes.
The argument was between them, and Casper had every reason to feel like he was in a combative situation because Jamie was being combative with him. And they each have their own reasons for it, right? I can't tell you that. Only they can tell you that. All they can tell you is what I observed and what was said.
Chuck, can I say the F word here?
I'm not monetized, so Feel free.
Casper, stop being a fag. I'm the cocksucker on the panel. I'm the only one that should be fagging. Stop being a fag. Fucking faggot.
And like to your point about him going on too long, and you know how are you supposed to know this, that, and the other? I mean, I would use that your argument against you because I would say he obviously didn't give you enough context to understand what he was asking because you answered a question he didn't ask.
No, it's because he doesn't know how to formulate a fucking question without building it up for fucking 5 minutes. That's not my fault. That's not my fault. He's fucking unintelligent.
Yeah,
not my fault. He's a fucking retard. Slow codes are not my fucking responsibility. Fuck him.
You would have granted me the time. And
you're different. You're not a fucking retard.
I am a retard, and if I put myself into his position, in his, you know, in his perspective, then I'm already going to assume that people have a difficult time understanding me when I talk, that most people don't think about the same things that I think about all the time, and then I'm going to have to add additional context and put in some practical examples of what I'm trying to say before I say it. And
Dennison?
Yeah.
Dennison, you're one of 4 people that I really don't want to say this, but I'm really just going to say it, and it's going to sound really bad. You're one of 4 people that I've found in panels that have the same intelligence level that I do. Like on paper, the same intelligence level, the same bracket of intelligence. Therefore, you get a different treatment out of the gate. I don't like to say that, but that's accurate. That's what it is. Through me having multiple conversations with you and having you as a quote unquote advisor at times on certain issues that I can't seem to problem solve in my own mind, that's why you get the leeway that you do. That's why I listen to you.
I don't know how I can like communicate. That's exactly like where Casper was trying to meet you in good faith, and neither one of you would let the other one go there.
Mandy, just so we're clear, I would ride Dennison like a fucking 8-second Bronco bull. Just ride the fuck out of him.
Only 8 seconds?
Well, I don't think you'll last past 8 seconds. I mean, if you could stay hard past coming, we'll go for longer.
Listen to this guy fucking talk.
At least me and OG are safe.
Well, it depends on where your financial bracket is.
Freedom is scary. Deal with it.
Dominic or Dominic? I don't know what the fuck you just said, dude.
What did she say? Because I refuse.
Dominic says, "Can we truly understand another?" Dominic says, "Can we truly understand another being, or just hear them out and listen inwardly without or when hearing?" I don't know.
It's not mutually exclusive. We don't ever truly understand another being, but if you hear them out enough, you can experience positive empathy. Positive projection.
Fuck Casper. Fuck his empathy. Fuck him.
Positive projection will feel like connection because it's almost impossible. It's rare. But is that what you're telling me, Jamie? You're giving me a pass?
Yeah. That's, yeah. Yep.
You just put up with my long-winded, unnecessary explanations and preloading.
No. Okay, hold on. Now I understand the question. So, I know that there's probably going to be a sound point, and I trust you to land the plane, and you won't do it like other retards will, and never really come to a really good point that might make me question my own, interior beliefs of the situation that we're talking about. So, you don't get contempt before prior investigation. I have investigated you fully, and I have full faith that you'll come to the point that will make me question my own beliefs, and I trust that.
Hey, yeah, but how did I earn that?
Years of consistency and striking the point that makes me question things. Doesn't
Alright,
make me
well,
change my
so
mind
there's
on
hope for
most
every-
things, but, you know.
There's hope for everybody then, right?
Not Casper. No, there's no hope. All hope is lost. He needs to deal with his trauma before he talks to me.
Well, out of one side of my mouth, then I will say, I concede, sir. You win, and but you know that out of the sponsor side of my mouth, I'm gonna say, I don't believe you.
Snowfire, I've known Dennison for a very long time. I don't think he'll take anything of what I say to heart.
What is she saying now?
Den, don't take that in a bad way, what Jamie is saying.
No. No, people don't understand the hellfire which forged our friendship. They can't.
They couldn't
Especially
even if
these
they
so-called-
tried.
Yeah, these so-called panelverse people too, like their faces would melt.
If you've seen where me and Dennison met each other and existed there long enough, you would understand that you don't understand. Oh, man.
The mean girls would be like, wow, that was mean.
They wouldn't even know how to fucking take us over there. It's a whole different fucking existence.
Just think of like all of the predators and alphas in quotations walking around these streets. How many of them would end up crying on the news, or literally crying in a courtroom if they were dragged into the sector where you and I come from.
They'd be like, we ain't in Kansas anymore. It'd be fucked up. We come from a very volatile place.
Somebody disemboweled Toto.
And they're using it as a necklace right now.
The long way.
Oh, man. Mandy, no, this is not a sick game. Like that, what just happened really just happened. Like we didn't.
It turned into that, Kev. I don't know what happened. It just went that way.
Don't get me started on that.
I mean, if you want me to do some psyop shit, Mandy, like, $ Evan, he loves me. Just saying.
These chat people, they're deluded. They don't even think this is real life. They think they're watching TV right now. And each and every one of them knows each and every one of us better than we know ourselves. They know everything about us because we've argued about like 3 or 4 topics on the internet with each other. This is like the fucking bane of my streaming existence, right? Because to be a streamer, you need a chat. And granted, I love my chat. My chat is filled with fucking weirdos and assholes. But for the most part, I hate chatters. They're the worst part of YouTube. They're not only are they the dumbest people here, but they also think they know the most about everybody and everything because they go to all the streams.
Yeah, it's literally not a metric for discovery of other people and their interior workings.
Yeah, it's like you have like the worst picture of things. You have the most misunderstanding, the highest level of disinformation.
I mean, I'm really just trying to get Rude Crab over to my side so that I can
No,
get
I'm not.
further donos.
I don't know anything about you, Rude Crab. You see the difference between me and a chatter? I just proved it. I make no assumptions about who you are, what kind of person you are, where you live, whether you're gay or straight.
It is a fascinating study on humans, that's for sure.
Oh, it's a fucked up way to go about
Yeah.
burning up time.
I'm telling you.
My takeaway is not only like the toxic gatekeeping that was interesting. I studied that for years, as Jamie can tell you, but it's like the just the certainty of in like particular facts, not just general knowledge. I called you gay. That was your stream. That was not Resto's. And I called you gay because you kept gargling cop boot. I was making no presumptions about your actual sexual history.
I love Cop Boot. Come on now.
Yeah, you and Kev can be gay together.
Oh shit.
Kev's
You
gay
know,
too? Damn.
I just got to say that I love when my people find me when I don't even put it out that I'm on a panel. Shout out to the individual who sent me a $50 Cash App that says Jamie wins.
Well, you definitely won $50. Oh shit! I'm supposed to be ordering a fucking headset. Hold on.
You
me
silly
focus here.
people are our
Thank you.
entertainment, whether you like it or not, whether you're serious or not,
appreciate you.
whether you make it or not. Thank you, by the way.
I fucking love this.
It's not whether I like it or not, though, because it's this beautiful, wonderful, magical box that I'm not going to tell you about.
Hell yeah, I
Matt-
just made back the money that I gave Dennis, and this is fucking awesome.
Awesome.
But it makes me all powerful. What's contained in the box?
What's her name?
Did you order the fucking headset yet?
No.
I can't talk to you right now, Chuck. I'm ordering a headset.
This motherfucker. What's in the box? Come on. What's in the box? No. Yeah, you watch too many fucked up movies, just like me.
Well, I'm glad at least you two kissed and made up.
Who? Me and Dennison?
Yeah.
Oh, we don't
We
fight.
were never fighting.
Really?
No, we don't
Interesting.
It wasn't,
Interesting
it
dynamic.
wasn't me that pissed him off. It wasn't me that pissed him off. It was Casper.
fight. Yeah.
You acknowledged that yourself.
Yeah.
Yeah, Casper,
But
stop being such a faggot, please.
You just proceeded to take up Casper's fight for him was all.
I took up
Oh, that's okay.
reality's fight.
He agrees with the positioning that Casper took, which I don't hate him for. He's entitled to his opinion. Everyone's entitled to be wrong.
There you
was
go.
no positioning. I merely stood up for the fact that it wasn't the question that he asked, which we all saw on the replay, and that you interrupted him to answer it while he was telling you that there was another key point you needed to know before you answered. That's all I said.
Yeah, well, he needs to shut the fuck up and land the goddamn plane.
And the rest of it was in an attempt to bridge the gap between the two of you. So, like, I can't make your case to you. I can only make his case to you. If he had stayed, then I could have had the opportunity to make your case to him.
Casper's a fag. I mean, fags are gonna fag.
Fags are gonna fag.
Yeah. I would have figured that the cocksucker on the panel would have been more faggier, but whatever. I guess, Sometimes that's not the case.
Leave OG
Yeah, but
out
you
of
play
this.
You play that trump card often and on purpose.
What trump card?
Being the less gay.
Yeah, because I'm not a fucking fag. And I wish that other straight men would stop being such fags. And it's just it happens a lot.
I mean,
Maybe
you were a
straight
little
men should be
faggy
less
earlier.
fag.
You got a little bit in your feelings, and you shut
Being
down.
in your feelings is a human condition. Being a fag and spurging is two completely different things.
No, being a fag and spurging is a human condition. It's the same thing.
No, it's
No.
fucking... No, it's not. Casper's a fag and he can't control it. I can control my emotions.
You were not controlling your emotions.
I
You were
literally
gray-rocking.
controlled my emotions. I don't give a fuck what fucking catchphrase you use for my condition.
You talked in the robot "I'm angry Jamie" voice that I can clearly hear how mad
Yeah,
you are.
because I know that
You
if
can
I
try to-
don't talk in that voice, I'm going to flip the fuck out and I'm going to start calling
Yeah, you'll
him
get
names that are
worse.
going to take away from the reality of us meeting in accord. So I have to draw that line back and say, hey, Jamie, we can't call him a fucking retarded faggot incel. We can't call him all these names because he's going to withdraw because he has
Jamie.
low emotional
Jamie,
self-awareness
stop.
and he has heightened
Jamie,
emotional
stop.
fucking expense.
You're full of shit. 5 more minutes of Casper, and you would have been right there. The gray rocking aside, you can listen.
Fuck him.
You can fool these fucking chatters all day long.
Fuck him.
You can fool Chuck all day long. You're talking to Dennis in here. You can't fool me.
I don't think he
Snowfire,
was
Casper's
trying
the
to
one that ran
fool
away.
me.
Snowfire, Casper's the one that ran away.
He's-
Fuck him.
I took it that
He's
he was
being-
miffed and he was trying to keep, like he said, from exploding is the way I took it. But maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah, that's
No, you're not wrong.
No,
It's
that's
literally
true.
what it is.
But he was angry that whole time, and he was angry for no really good reason because he had a bit of an emotional action.
In
Now-
your opinion, I
now,
was
was it
angry for no
perfect?
reason.
It's
I had reasons.
I didn't say no reason. And I already gave you a fucking 20-minute fucking grace session of how it was perfectly understandable. So don't fucking josh me, Casper. The point is, it wasn't a good reason, was it? Was it really a good reason to be angry? No.
Yes, it was.
Okay, well then Casper is the master of your emotions. What can I say?
No, Casper's just a fucking spurg, and spurgs irritate the fuck out of me.
Same thing.
Kind of like Duck having a conversation with
You
Duck.
say potato,
Yeah.
I say potato.
It's like listening to Duck. Exactly. Him and Duck should go start a show.
Well, I just meant Duck is something else when it comes to spurging.
Now they're two ducks of the same
Yeah,
feather.
by the way, if you're willing to revisit this in the future, you are making all of Casper's points now that he's left the panel.
I don't give a fuck. He ran away. That's not my fucking problem. Fagged out.
That's because you told him to leave the panel.
I never fucking told him. That.
I know.
That
Well,
fucking
you
fag
didn't
just
use-
tucked
you
his tail
didn't
and
use
ran.
those words. You didn't use those words. You just kept talking over him when he said, "Do you want to listen to me, or I can leave the panel? Or do you want to talk over me? I can leave the panel." And then he left the panel because you didn't want to listen to him. So did you use the words, "Casper, please leave the panel"? No. But that's not the only way to communicate to him that you wanted him to leave.
I
Maybe
told
I'm
him that I was
confused.
done communicating with him. That was my point of contention, that I was done communicating with him. He could have communicated
Clearly.
with you two, and I wouldn't have interjected.
Clearly.
So that's a reason. So his only reason for being on the panel was to speak to me?
Yes.
Fag.
I don't think... I think he came up because you asked him
Uh,
to.
And I'll be honest with you, he did not want to come up, and I told him it was okay.
Because he knew he was going to fag out.
No, I think he thought it would be like I think it was a combination of the fact that it's Chuck's panel,
Right.
and Chuck is laid back, and I vouched for the potentiality in a way, right? I tried to encourage him slightly. I gave the green light, and boy, did I fucking step in dog shit on that one. But, and so like I really did expect that between the two of you, there could be some common ground, some
Conversation.
conversation, yeah, but actual conversation.
In the past 5 conversations that I've had with Casper, I've made it very clear that I'm not going to let him fucking dialogue for fucking 20 minutes and just waste my time.
So this is the history that I was alluding to that he did not recognize.
No, he's very aware that I have a problem with how he presents his argument long-windedly, 20-minute segments. He is aware of this. He lied to you and said that we had no history. He literally said, we have no history. I've talked to you one time. And I said, no, you're lying. You've talked to me on 5 different occasions, and all 5 different occasions, I've told you not to take 20-minute chunks of my fucking time for nothing.
So, I mean, do you really think that he just didn't remember the fucking every time?
No, he tried to downplay it because he's aware of his own fucking emotional disconnect from the situation, and he understands that his character defects glare when it comes to talking long-windedly and wasting people's fucking time. And it's not just a me thing. It's a general consensus on most panels that we go on.
Well, that's why I wouldn't... That's exactly what I was going to say to you, is there'd be no reason for him to distinguish that interaction because everybody tells him that. And, like, I wasn't asking him if you guys had ever talked before or been on a panel before. I was asking him something very specific when I said, do you guys have history? And he answered my question, which was, do you guys have beef? Is there a reason why you would expect Jamie to be automatically combative? And also at the same time, why is he being so clearly combative? Because he was, and I pointed that out, right? And the answer to that question is no. You didn't have that kind of a history. You see what I'm saying?
In his perception of the occurrences that we've had together, he thinks that we do not have issues, and I say that we do.
Right, and that's reasonable, isn't it?
I think it's very reasonable.
Right, there's nothing bad faith,
But it's
you keep calling him a
unreasonable
liar, though.
to lie.
Again, this is...
He could lie to himself, just don't lie to you. See? See
it's
how
not
that
a
works?
lie if he's lying to himself. He's not lying to me if he's lying to himself.
Well, no, he knows the truth. He knows. He just don't want to tell you.
Now you know what he knows.
I know what he knows.
Incredulous.
I know what he knows. He feels inferior to me because he said earlier that he can't keep up with my fine looks and that he's an incel and he feels inferior to me. Those are his words, not mine.
Well, there may be some truth to that. I didn't hear that, but...
No, he wrote it. He jumped off the panel after he felt inferior, and then he wrote it in the chat, and then he left like a bitch.
You don't think he's being sarcastic when he said that?
No, I think that he's very much in tune with the situation, that I look better than him and he feels inferior.
Damn, Sashboard's still up.
Sashboard's still up.
I mean, have you seen me?
Oh, shit.
You know, sometimes you got it, sometimes you don't.
All right, anybody got any final words? I gotta get out of this fucking chair and go stretch out for a bit.
Yeah, OG, go live.
Earth to OG, come in, please.
OG, go live.
I think he fell asleep on his pee-pee.
Don't pretend like you're sleeping. Put the lotion down. And
How do you fall asleep on your pee-pee? I fall asleep on my pee-pee every night.
I meant
if he's got a
What
big
the-
dick. Yeah.
I meant he had a hold of his PP, falling asleep. In other words, he's not asleep. He's busy with the Diddy
Who the
oil.
fuck is Kev?
Marathon
doesn't have
Kev?
panels.
Who's Kev?
Marathon Kev is the only one I can think of.
Donna, can you post his link?
If that's who she's talking about.
No, I can't go over there with you.
How come?
Why?
That crowd is too much for me.
Oh, no. You get the fuck over here.
It is Marathon Kev. Can you get his link and drop it, Miss Donna?
No, it's not Kevin I have a problem with. I'm cool with Kev.
Okay, well, you deal with the other people like you want me to deal with Casper, and maybe I'll adjust. Probably
Yeah,
not,
I can't handle Resto.
Oh, never mind. I won't go there. Never mind. I'm not dealing with race, though.
Thank
No,
you.
I'm dealing with race, though. Take it back.
See what I said?
I'll go to
See?
sleep. I'll go to sleep, bro. I'm going to sleep. Fuck this.
Discord.
Yeah, I'll be in
Discord.
I'll be in Discord. If anybody wants to join in Discord for a logical conversation that's not drawn out into a fucking million word segment in 20 minutes at a time that wastes your life literally, join Dennison's Discord.
Yeah, I'll be in the Discord. OG is in the Discord. I don't know if you can hear us. I don't know why Chuck left. You in the Discord? You left, Chuck?
Well, I quit a bunch of them at the time because I had to take a break. I left all of them, and I'm just now getting back into some of them. Somebody wants your Discord down in chat.
There just for the record, there are 0 dick pics.
He's lying. He's lying.
I'll because Crab he was in my Discord and he did leave, so I just want it to be known there's no dick pics.
He's lying.
I'll try to send a link.
Okay. Let me give you a wrench. Let me check. I'm on my son's computer. I gotta look. Let me look on my phone. Type something in chat for me. Denny. Anything. All right, there's that one. Yeah, you're modded, aren't you?
I don't know.
Yeah, you're blue.
I'm not blue.
You should be now. Try it again.
Oh, yeah, I can grift at full capacity now. Hell yeah.
Yeah, I was doing this on my son's computer, and I don't have everything loaded on there because I don't want him seeing what kind of shenanigans I'm up to.
Hell yeah, shenanigans are the shit. All right, I'll be in Discord. You guys have a good night.
Well,
Chuck,
thank you for
having me on the
coming. I appreciate you coming over and having that talk earlier.
Yeah, no problem. Anytime, man. You ever want to do any big book studies, 12 and 12 studies, philosophical conversations, hit me up.
You're speaking music to my ears now.
Yeah, we could do it. No problem.
Awesome. Reinforcements. Bring it up the rear.
Sounds
Pardon
good.
the pun. Pardon the pun.
Try this shit.
All right, everybody have a good night. Head to where you want to, Discord, over to Kev's. But this sorry ass is going to bed. My back
All right,
is...
later, homies.
All right. Bye-bye. Where's the fucking button at? There it is. How many times I got to punch it?
You ending it, Chuck?
Yeah. We was hollering at you.
Why
We
was
didn't
y'all
get no to see. Jamie want to know if you was going live because I can't sit in this chair anymore. I got to go stretch out. My back is fucking screaming.
Yeah, I'll go live. I'll go live in a little bit, like 10, 15
Uh,
minutes.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll go live. I'll go live in a little
I thought I ended stream.